everyone to tonight's planning board meeting. As you can see, there's several items on the agenda tonight. Mr. Harden will be chairman of the board and control the meeting.
We'll need to
all
move those to
times.
the back, please. This is going to be a congested area.
Any electronic devices, if you could turn them to silent or off, that'd be greatly appreciated. When your application is called, the applicant will come up and present their application to the board, after which they will have a seat. Anyone for or against comments or concerns on that application will be able to come up and speak to the board. Then the applicant will be able to come back up and address any of those comments or concerns. We do ask that everyone be respectful of the building. They were gracious enough to let us use it after having to postpone our last one due to elevator failures in the courthouse. But with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Harden.
All right. Thank you, Valerie. We welcome you to this evening's zoning board meeting. We'll call it to order. As Valerie indicated, with respect to telephones and sounds and rings like that, please turn them off, or preferably or off. Down would work too. Would appreciate that. The gentleman straight ahead of me in the hat. At any time, if you can't hear what's being said up here, would you raise your hand and let me know you cannot hear us? This is our first meeting in this room. I don't know what the acoustics will be like. Many of you have been to the courthouse where we have most of our meetings. You know the acoustics are horrible there. So please let me know, sir. All right, the first order of this would be to review, and the chair would take a motion of the February 25th minutes.
Move to approve.
Okay, Obi with the motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mike with a second. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstain? Clay with an abstention, so the motion carries 3-0-1. Okay, as Valerie also indicated to you, and many of you know this, each applicant comes forward and tells us about the application. Then I'll ask for those in favor of the application to come forward and speak to the board. Then I'll ask those that have questions or speaking against the application come forward and speak to the board. And then the applicant, if there are questions or concerns, the applicant will come forward and address those for the board. At that time, the public section of the meeting is over, and the board will take it over from there. Also tonight, two things. One, you know that if the board has heard the same topic more than twice, I'm going to ask you to move on to topics. Twice is enough to hear the same thing about noise, roads, whatever it might be. So you get two shots at it. The third one, I'll call you on it. Also going to try and hold people to about 4 to 5 minutes of talk, since we have so many people here. We don't want to be here too late if we don't have to be. Okay, the first application tonight is application number 3139. This is subdivision, preliminary, and final plat to be known as Sheer Dairy, a parent tract of 137 more or less acres with the zoning designation of agriculture, to be divided into 10 lots ranging from 5 more or less to 13.3 more or less acre tracts, all to obtain residential rural zoning designation, and 2 lots consisting of 21 more or less acres and 24 plus or minus acres, both retaining the zoning actions described above, are both retaining agricultural zoning designation, submitted by Sheer Farms LLC, who are requesting the zoning actions described above, located on land located in the part of the west half of the west quarter of Section 7, Township 46, Range 31, Cass County, Missouri, commonly known as 701, 705, and 707 North Ward Road, Raymore, Missouri. Would the representative of Sheer Dairy please come forward? I'd like the applicants to stand in that area there and tell us the story tonight of the application.
Here,
And who are you, sir?
David Shear, the owner of the property.
Okay, David, what's up?
Well, I decided to go ahead and subdivide the place. getting older and stuff, children don't have any interest in doing farming. Bill Wendell is farming the land right now and stuff. And if when my wife and I passed away, I didn't want the property just to wind up being, a whole bunch of houses. So we're trying to, divide it up to where, it's just a few houses, kind of ag houses, 5 acres, 10 acres, and all that kind of stuff, where people can have a little room to run around and everything, and try to keep the neighborhood agricultural looking, if that makes any sense. I didn't want a bunch of, like I said, I didn't want a bunch of houses. We have Ward Park Place across the road, Chateau Place, and then Alexander Creek is down the road on the west side of Ward Road. And the houses on my side, east side of Ward Road, are 5-acre properties, 5 to 10 acre properties and stuff. I just want to kind of keep it the same way.
Okay.
I thought it would be a better setup for the area.
Okay.
Kind of how I see it. So.
All right. Any questions of the board? Mr. Shear? I had one question for
Yes,
you,
sir.
sir. Were you able to visit with any of the folks, the neighbors around there about your project?
Yes,
Had some
yes.
discussion?
I'm sorry. Yes.
You've had discussion with,
Yes.
how many and how'd that go?
Everybody's been very pleased with the direction I'm wanting to go. Nobody that I've spoke with, even a couple of people several people in Mullendijk, they've expressed that they're very happy that it's going to go that direction. They don't want much houses there either.
Okay.
Trying to keep it kind of spread out a little bit.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Okay, is there anyone else here who'd like to speak in favor of this application? Please come forward. Valerie, where's the sign-in sheet?
Right here.
Okay. Why don't you
That way I can keep track when they sign in,
Huh?
so I can keep track when they sign in.
Yeah, okay. You want to have them sign in after they're talking? Let's get it from the beginning. All right, anyone here that has questions with respect to the project or is against the project, please come forward, sir. I need for you to go over there and sign in with your name and address.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, sir.
Can you state your name, please?
Joshua Cresswell, I'm with
Right
Rain
here,
Tree
sir. Right here.
Rain Tree
You'd
Lake
like to
Property
Speak to
Owners
the board,
Association.
okay, not the attendees, the board.
Yes.
Okay? You're Mr.
So-
Cresswell, correct?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was able to get out of my daughter's track meet. They canceled today, so I was
Saw
able to
that.
attend the meeting. Happy so. I have 3 questions, really. I see there's no initial plan for stormwater coming off the impervious surfaces that are going to come. Downstream from these lots is Rain Tree Lake Property Owners Association and a large residential lake. I believe that tracks 1 through 6 and tract A are going to cut the ridge and then come towards our lake. The association strongly urges the governing body to think about the Clean Water Act and our recreational lake downstream. We would like to see a sediment basin or a buffer pond prior to the stormwater crossing 163rd Street. Excuse me. And then in regards to the draft covenants, Article 3, Section 7, there's verbiage that states each tract should be serviced by an adequate septic tank, sewage system, or approved means of sewage disposal as approved by the Cass County, Missouri, and Missouri Department of Health, including sewage lagoons. We would like to ask the developer to change this portion of the covenants to only allow a sanitary sewer system on each lot. And then my third question is for the board. This is my first development with Cass County. I've done a few with Jackson County. Is there usually a neighborhood meeting prior to meeting with the board?
The requirement of the applicant is to notify all property owners within 1,000 feet of their project. Anything beyond that is up to the applicant, if they want to have meetings, get-togethers, show and tells, that type of thing. It's up to the applicant. Or, you know, if enough of the citizens around there want to do their own and invite the applicant.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's kind of how it works.
Understood.
And all the property owners within 1,000 feet were notified.
Yes.
Okay.
So those are my concerns and questions for tonight.
All right, well, when we get done with this portion, we'll have Mr. Shear come up and address these.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Real quick, Mr. Shear, you're paying attention to the questions and concerns because you'll need to come back up and address same. All right, right here. Please come forward. Need for you to sign in, sir.
My question
Sir,
regarding
sir, your name?
Robert Stewart,
How do you spell that last name?
S-T-U-H-R.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Question to the board and to the applicant is, we've not seen any plan or drawing of the proposed project. It abuts directly to our, the rear portion of our property, and I'm particularly concerned about the location of the eastern boundary of this project. I don't know if I'm gonna need to have a boundary survey done to protect myself. Lacking any information as to what's proposed, we're looking for direction here. What's the plan? What's the plant?
All right, we'll have them address that, but just so you know, all this information is available at the Planning and Zoning Department down at 307th and 49 Highway. All this information that you just asked for, just said you haven't seen, is available.
If we could have been notified, I would have done that.
It's available
Where is it available?
at the Zoning Board's department down at 307th Street and 49 Highway.
Okay, all right, good. Can we get a copy of the plan tonight, so we can see what the project entails?
I don't know if we have one or not.
Let me pull out the big plat so they can see it. Does that
Okay.
work for you,
How about
Bob?
that?
That'd be fine,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
I didn't know we had that,
Learned something new every day.
I guess.
That is what it looks like.
Okay, because
Josh,
that address-
Josh, come up, take a look.
Yes, sir.
directly abuts our property, this is our property right here.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we looking
can't
at?
hear what
This is
he's
Ward
saying.
Road, so we
Mr.
need to
Sturr,
turn around.
you need to speak up,
I can't hear
please.
what
We're
he's
being part of
Up
the
is
minutes.
north, so it's labeled 163rd.
Okay.
Up is north. All of this is his property, so
Alright,
you would
so
probably
we're-
lie somewhere in here.
Yeah, we'll go over here. All right, so 163rd and Ward is gonna be developed.
Please speak up, sir.
I'm sorry, this is all new
It'll
to
be
me.
into residential and agricultural tracts is what they're proposing.
Yes, I see that. Are these intended to be strictly residential, or are these gonna be horse properties, or?
They will either be residential.
These are zoned residential, pardon me?
They will either be residential or agricultural zone properties.
Okay, all right, and by agriculture, what's permitted, on those lots with an agricultural zoning?
There's an entire partial use chart that is available on our website, or you can come down to the office and look at that.
Okay, all right. I wish we'd had this information available to us
Did
earlier.
you receive the notification letter?
We did, but that's all we got. That's
Well,
it.
Contact information, our office address is all located right there on the letter.
Okay, all right. We'll look forward to learning more. because I'm particularly concerned, this is the new project here, directly adjacent to our property. And I want to know where you've located your eastern boundary on this.
The surveyor located that, not us.
Yeah, I understand that. Where did the surveyor locate it?
On the property line.
Are there any pins or flags out there? Because
They
we-
found pins along that property line. They found existing pins along that property line
Okay. Where can we get a copy of the survey?
at our office.
At your office?
Mhm.
Okay, all right. Then we'll look forward to doing that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I'm good. I
You
got a
good,
copy
Josh?
right here.
Good?
Yep, I have a copy.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else who would like to speak against the project or have questions or concerns? Please come forward, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Collar, I'm the mayor of Lake Winnebago. We're not really against the project, we're just concerned about the water retention and the silt prevention going in Alexander Creek, which ends up in our lake. Several years ago, they did a bunch of clearing of trees on a property near here, and we still have those trees coming in our lake when we get a big rain, a lot of trees. So that's all we're asking, that they do, silt prevention and some sort of water retention to save, to save so much going down Alexander Creek that comes into our lake. Even though our lake's bigger now, we don't want any more logs in there, so that's it, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Mr. Shear, please come forward and let's go over a few of these things that have come up.
If I could answer the Winnebago question first, I'd appreciate that.
Go for it.
In the early eighties.
Please speak up.
In the early eighties, I put some retention, I hate to say ponds, in the ditch that runs behind my house. That goes from there's a pond up in the property. It goes from there down to the creek, Alexander Creek, and into Winnebago and stuff. And I've cleaned those retention ponds out. Two of them I've cleaned out 3 times, and the upper one on the north end I've cleaned out twice. And this last time I cleaned out, it was just too wet. I couldn't clean it out. So I've been addressing silt problems for a long time. Early '80s is when I started that out. As far as I go, I've never had any, there may be some twigs or grass or whatever, goes down the creek, which I can't really, deal with. But I've not put anything in there intentionally that would, flow down to Winnebago. So, as far as that goes. These are all residential houses, and right now it's in ag. I had a farmer several years back that wasn't very keen on keeping the property from washing away. So I let him go. Bill Wendell is farming the property now, and he's very attentive on trying to keep the property from washing out. He's taken care of the mistakes that the previous fellow had done, and as far as erosion goes, now these homes are going to have grass yards. So we're going to get rid of the row crop is going to be gone. So there'll be very little dirt that washes down into the rain tree. It should be just come to whatever it would work out to be. But it's all going to be grass and houses and trees and whatever they want to decide to do and everything. So I don't think there's going to be any real issues with the rain tree having a lot of silt going into the property. And I don't remember anything else he said.
Hey, there's no commentary from the audience unless you're acknowledged by me, please. First application, let's keep it clean the rest of the next 2 or 3 hours. We're going to be here enjoying everybody's company. Jeez. It's over. Your section's over, sir.
Okay, I
Yeah.
was doing great. Okay.
All right, so, you've addressed the Winnebago runoff. We all know that, houses have less drainage, less runoff, generally speaking, than agricultural row cropping. Josh had the question, and I think that, answers number one for you, Josh, his information there. The second thing is with respect to, Josh has concerns with respect to the septic systems being individual septic systems, I guess enclosed is the word you might have used. But your application and the process we go through, he meets all the requirements of Cass County with regard to septic systems. Yep. All right, any other questions of Mr. Shear? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, Valerie, any comments?
He's done everything that's been asked of him.
Okay. All right, the chair would accept a motion at this time.
I make a motion to approve application 3139 as submitted along with the submitted planning board report respectively.
Okay, Mike has made the motion to accept application number 3139 as presented and submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Clay. You guys have any other questions of the applicant or Valerie? All in favor, aye? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Do we have a date set?
It'll be April 9th, back in this room. At noon.
Mr. Shear, we're a recommending body, and all we've done is recommended approval of your application. On April 9th, it goes to the commissioners for their review in this room? Same room?
Yes.
In this room at noon on April 9th. You need to be here to represent your application if they have questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Application 3140, minor subdivision preliminary and final plat of a parent tract of 27 more or less acre parcel with agricultural zoning designation to be divided into 4 tracts consisting of a 9.6 more or less tract, a 6.4 more or less acre tract, a 5.6 more or less acre tract, and a 5.4 more or less acre tract. All to obtain residential rural zoning designation. This is submitted by Shear Farms LLC, who are requesting the zoning actions described above, located on a tract of land located in part of the northwest quarter of Section 18, Township 46, Range 31, Cass County, Missouri, and commonly known as 16500 East State Route 58, Raymore, Missouri. Mr. Shear, please come forward and tell us your story on application 3140.
Is that the one on 58?
Yes, sir.
It's kind of the same as the other one and stuff. I don't want a bunch of houses going there, and there have been people that have talked about that would be a very good commercial corner, and I really don't want it to go that direction. I want to try to say, keep the houses kind of minimal on what goes on there and stuff, and I just feel like it's a better use of the property and stuff.
Any questions of Mr. Shear?
Do they have access to 58 Highway?
Yes, sir. Yes, the state has approved access there, and there's already an existing house on that property, and it also has the existing access to the highway.
And then the other lot will come off that same driveway, or?
Yeah, the lot to, no. The lot to the east of that house will have its own separate driveway.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yep. Anyone here like to speak in favor of the application? Anyone here like to speak against the application or have questions the same? All right, Valerie.
I have nothing further to add. He's done everything that's been asked of him for this application as well.
All right, the chair would accept the motion at this time.
I'll make a motion to approve application 3140 as submitted along with submitted planning board respectively.
All right, Obie's made the motion that we accept 3140 as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mike with the second. Any questions of Valerie or Mr. Shear? would accept, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Same thing, Mr. Scher, we're recommending body. You need to be there on the April 9th at noon to represent this app also. All right, thank you. Application 3141. This is a lot split. Before we go too far, I need somebody to tell me if I'm not talking loud enough. The hat, yeah, KC hat, yeah. Watch him, guys. Application 3141, lot split and rezoning of a parent tract of 25 more or less acres with the zoning designation of agriculture into a 5-acre more or less tract to obtain residential rural zoning designation and a 20 more or less acre tract to retain ag zoning designation. This is submitted by Bailey Oney and Jonathan Miles on behalf of Stacy Renee Oney, who are requesting the zoning actions described above on a tract of land located in part of the southeast quarter of Section 26 and part of the northeast quarter of Section 35, all in Township 43, Range 29. Cass County, Missouri, and this is also known as 34620 South Sherwood Drive, Creighton, Missouri. Whoever's representing this application, please come forward and identify yourself. Evening.
Good evening. I'm
Did I
Bailey
pronounce that
Oni.
name correctly?
Bailey Oni, yes.
You need to go sign in over there.
You gotta go sign.
Stacy Oni, okay.
She's the applicant.
Oh, she's the applicant, she's all
Oh,
right,
I got
yeah,
her
yeah.
What's your name, ma'am?
Bailey Oni.
Okay.
Oh, don't lose that.
It's not for me.
I may need it later. All right, Ms. Oni, what's up?
So my mother's gifting us 5 acres, so that we can put a house on the acreage and, have land to raise our family on instead of being in town, with grandma right next door. So she lives on the 20-acre tract, and we're gonna take the 5-acre tract and we're gonna put a manufactured home on it, and possibly in the future build a horse barn. I have horses out there on my mom's land right now, so we plan to put a barn, and that's pretty much it.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Oni? Thank you.
Yes.
All right, anyone here would like to speak for the application? Anyone would like to speak against the application or have concerns? All right, Valerie.
They've done everything that they've asked. Like she said, her mom lives there and has lived there for quite some time. Her mom actually built her house there. So the fact that she's gonna be able to live close to mom and close to his mom as well, to me, I think nice for all of them.
Okay. Does the board have any questions of the applicant or Valerie? Okay, all in favor, aye?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, you need a motion, don't
I'll
we?
make a motion to approve application 3141 as submitted,
Thanks, Clay.
along with the planning board report.
All right, Clay has made the motion that we accept 3141 as submitted. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mike with the second. All right, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion carries 4-0. April 9th at noon, be here to represent your application.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we're going to move to application 3144. It's a lot split and rezoning of a parent tract of 37 more or less acres with the zoning designation of agriculture into a 15.4 more or less acre tract to obtain residential rural zoning designation and a 22 and a half more or less acre tract to retain agricultural zoning designation. This is submitted by Steve Riffle, who is requesting the zoning actions described above on a tract of land located in part of the southwest quarter of Section 31, Township 44, Range 29, Cass County, Missouri, generally located on the east side of South Little Road and on the north side of East State Route N, Garden City, Missouri. Mr. Riffle. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay, sir. Good evening to you.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. I'm Steve Riffle, this is my wife Mary. We have this piece of property, we're changing the way we farm, and it just doesn't really fit a lot of what we do now. It's grass, and we just grow crop, and we had a chance to, sell the 22, and for somebody that wanted to build a house, and it just made perfect sense for us.
Okay,
So that's the main things.
all right. Any questions of Mr. Ripple?
Are they gonna build on the 22 or the 15?
22.
They're gonna build on the 22, okay. So,
They're gonna build on the
so
22?
this is just backwards what we got here.
Yeah. Okay, my document says the 37 more or less acres that's currently ag into 15.4 more or less acre tract to obtain residential rural, and a 22.5 acre tract to retain ag. And Obie asked you which one they're gonna build on.
Right.
They're gonna be building on the 22.5. They can build a home on
Okay,
ag
right.
zone.
All right,
Right.
all right.
So the 15 will obtain the residential,
Yes.
okay. And the 22 will be agriculture, but you'll be able to build on it because it's more than 20 acres.
20 acres.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Thank you. All right, is anyone here that'd like to speak in favor of the application? Anyone here that'd like to speak against the application or have questions or concerns? All right, Valerie?
They've done everything that's been asked of them, cleared up with the 22-acre tract remaining ag. You can actually ultimately have 2 residential houses on that property and still remain ag. The 15-acre tract would also permit for 1 home, but they can continue to farm it if they see fit.
Okay. All right, the chair would accept the motion at this time.
I move to approve application 3144 as submitted along with the submitted planning report respectively.
Okay, Obie has made the motion that we accept application 3144 as submitted. Is there a second? Is that Clay? Okay, Clay with the second. All right, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Mr. Riffle, we're recommending body. We've recommended approval of your application. It'll be presented to the commissioners on April 9th at noon in this room. You need to be here to represent yourself, sir. Okay, thank you. Okay, application 3145, lot split and rezoning of a parent tract of 48 more or less acres with the zoning designation of agriculture into a 7 more or less acre tract to obtain light commercial, i.e. C-1 zoning designation, and a 41 more or less acre tract to retain agricultural zoning. This is submitted by Engineering Solutions on behalf of JMG LLC, who are requesting the zoning actions described above on a tract of land located in part of the south half of the northwest quarter of Section 7, Township 46, Range 31, Cass County, Missouri. Generally located on the north side of State Route 58, about 1,045 feet west of State Route 291, Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Who represents this application? You are?
Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions.
How do you spell that last name, sir?
SCHLICHT.
Keep your voice up too, sir, because your back's too low.
Will do.
All right.
So,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
So generally, the site is located just about a quarter-mile west of 58 and 291. Out of that corner is some lots for sale directly in the northwest corner. To the north of it used to be where Manna Fellowship is. Redford Construction have their operations up in there. This is the property to the west side of it. So in the back side of that property, the developer is hoping to take 7 acres of it to build a 10,000, 11,000 square foot office space for his home building business. Currently located in Lee Summit, wants to locate out here to have more opportunities for showroom, warehousing, and have that spot. So access will be off of 58 on an existing access point That's on the west side of Irish Acres that sits out there today, so. But the remaining portion of the ground will be undeveloped and agricultural as is today.
Okay. Any questions?
So this basically will be a site for a construction company?
Correct, a home building company, yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Is that gonna back up to Redford?
Redford will be the east boundary, the north boundary will be the north property line, and there'll still be some ground out in front of it, so yeah, we'll be tucked back behind Redford's yard area.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak for the application? Sure, I gotta shut this, there's too much noise coming in. Anyone here that speaks for the application? Anyone here that speaks against the application or has questions the same? Valerie?
They've done everything, that's been asked of them, like he explained, this will actually be to the west of Redford's current laydown yard that he uses. The property surrounding it will still remain agricultural to the west and to the south.
Okay. All right, the chair would accept a motion at this time.
I make a motion to approve application 3145 as submitted, along with submitted planning board report respectively.
Okay, we have a motion to accept 3145 as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Clay. Any other questions? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 4-0. April 9th at noon, right here, we're recommending approval of the application, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Application 3146. This is a lot split and rezoning of a parent tract of 15 more or less acres with the zoning designation of residential rural into a 5 more or less acre tract and a 10 more or less acre tract, both to retain residential rural zoning designation. This is submitted by Engineering Solutions on behalf of Harvey B. and Laura E. Hempfling Trust, who are requesting the zoning actions described above on a tract of land located in part of the northeast quarter, the southeast quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 25, Township 46, Range 30, in part of the northwest quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 26, Township 46, Range 30, Cass County, Missouri, commonly known as 33903 East State Route 58, Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Please come forward again. Busy.
Yes. So Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions. Purpose of this application, owner has 15 acres sitting there on 58 Highway. The adjacent owner to the east would like to purchase 5 of those acres, just to have more ground, not to develop another lot. So essentially, we're creating a 10-acre tract for the existing house and ground, and then they'll have the 5 acres that eventually will be sold off to the owner to the east side of it. Again, just to expand their area.
Okay, any questions of the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone here would like to speak for the application? Please come forward. Sign in at the table, please, sir. Evening.
Good evening. I'm Clayton Norval. I am the neighbor to the east, so just to kind of reiterate what he had said, we're just looking to expand our property over, prevent future development, prevent a neighbor next door, so. We'll change our tract from just 10 acres to 10 acres and a 5, so.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Anyone else here in favor of the application? Anyone here that's like to come forward to speak against the application or has concerns? Okay, Valerie?
I have nothing to know. They, even though the neighboring property owner is purchasing it, they did go ahead and verify with the water district in case that was not to go through for some reason, water would be available.
So they have water.
They do have water, yes.
Good. All right, any questions of Valerie or the applicant? The chair would accept a motion at this time.
Make a motion to approve application 3146 as submitted, along with the submitted planning board report.
Okay, Clay has made the motion that we accept 3146 as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Obie with the second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion carries 4-0, April 9th noon.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, bring us some more, would you?
Yeah, we'll do. Keep
Okay.
working.
Okay, application 3142 and 3143, do you need any time to do any setup or put things together so you can do a show and tell?
Yes, sir. We've been told we can use the training department's screen and projector, so we'd like to set that up.
What's your estimated time to do that?
5 minutes?
All right, would the board agree to a 5-minute recess to allow the setup?
Sure.
All right, 5 minutes. I like show and tells.
So, hey, what do you think? It took a little longer than it should. You kind of stalled there in the first one just a little bit. Slow down.
We'll see how it plays out. You can read it. I probably should have told you.
Well, I'm not. You should do that. Right. I was. Yeah. And I see your point. Totally see that. Totally see that. I was living there.
See, that's the premise I have grammar is legal. I believe in landowners that are there for what I have. And also,
I think just right here. Flip it around, leave it right up against there. I think Bill's gonna try to get
so here's how it
sides.
goes. If we have a motion to approve and it fails, then we have to have another motion to deny and see how that goes. So there's a process.
Okay, that's what I'm. Yeah, because this is in the past we've done that's why.
Right.
I don't know if that's the better route. So, to me, this one just doesn't seem to work. I'm gonna make a motion.
I did the same thing you did. I went up to 05. And that one house down on the south end, they're gonna be a 500.
I don't think that is, but I wanna hear it. I wanna hear it. But at the same time, it's pretty cool. It's great. It's really cool.
I'm 100% in favor of that, it's just not the location. But here, see, here's the thing, have you,
Hi.
Do you all wanna reorient your chairs for this?
Pardon me?
Do you all wanna reorient your chairs for this?
Yeah, I was gonna see if we probably go, I'm gonna sit right there, I guess. What's that?
Okay.
no.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
No, I only use mouse.
No. Space bar. I'll let you do the flip into the space bar. What are you gonna ask me? Yeah, we're gonna. Okay.
film this?
Pardon me?
Are they allowed to film this?
Is who allowed to film this?
Arrowhead. Huh?
You mean,
I'm just curious.
yeah, oh, you're talking about media and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, last time we did one of their deals, we had Channel 4 here, just so you know. Seriously,
It's okay.
that was filming.
Are you okay? We're gonna stand back here at the
Yeah.
podium. 'Cause we've got to hit the space bar. We hate to be
that?
talking behind you, but
Yeah. I think I'll go with that. Thank you.
I know that well.
I'm ready.
Uh-oh.
All right, we're gonna bring this meeting back to order at 6:49, or in the military world, and maybe the airplane world, 18:49 hours. So, we're gonna start off, folks, with application number 3142. This is a special use permit for an airplane runway and a community clubhouse. Has been submitted by William B. Moore on behalf of Arrowhead Air Park LLC on a tract of land currently zoned agriculture located in part of the southeast quarter of the Section 33, Township 46, Range 33, Cass County, Missouri, commonly known as 1804 East 203rd Street, Belton, Missouri. Who do we have talking to us? You are?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bill Moore.
Okay.
I'm the attorney for the applicant, Arrowhead Air Park LLC. You're gonna hear from me just briefly this evening. I want to just introduce the subject, and then there will be 4 presenters this evening who will have various components to discuss about this proposed project. So first of all, I want to thank you for the action of last April granting the special use permit for the septic system, which allowed us to go forward to get us to this place today. That meant there was a lot of work being done by the consultants to put the application together, to put the site plans together, and get it filed in February of 2025. In March 3, a notice was mailed to everybody within 3,000 feet, inviting them to an informational meeting. And on March 14th, the informational meeting was held. And on March 14th, the 1,000-foot notice for the planning board was mailed out. So tonight, the speakers are going to be Mr. Craig Wilcox. He's president of Arrowhead Air Park LLC. He's going to talk about the overall development of the project. Following Craig will be Ed Young. He's with Jet Law Aviation. He's going to speak about the aviation components of this development. Next will be Alex Elliott with Atlas Land Consulting. Alex will be talking about the engineering portion of this development. And then finally, Bill Brown with Tom Jones Realtors will get up and talk about the real estate portion of this pretty exciting development that's being proposed tonight. So, I know we're in a hurry, so I'm going to turn this over to Craig and take it from here.
Thank you, Bill. Get through the rest of the slides. I want to start by echoing Bill's comments. We do appreciate the time tonight from the planning board, the zoning department, and the public to come out for an event like this. This is how our country runs, and we fully support that. We think Arrowhead Air Park will be a great addition to both its residents and greater Cass County, and I'd like to take a few minutes to tell you why. Before we start, and as you may have seen in your binders, gentlemen, we do have some updates just to make sure we're all on the same page with the latest information. Number one is we have removed the community clubhouse from this special use permit application. We don't plan to build it for at least 5 years, and it seemed counterproductive to discuss details of that tonight, so that's been removed completely. We have 2 minor changes to section 2 of the covenants. That's the flight operations section. The first is eventually, in the next few years, we expect to have electric airplanes, and they may have electric motors with more than 2 engines. So we just deleted the number of engines allowed. Obviously, the weight is still a factor. The other thing on the flight covenants was we neglected to make sure no aircraft rental was part of our rules. It is, and so we made sure we added that back in. We've got several memos for record that we've created. The public information meeting from the recent meetings in Belton at the High Blue Wellness Center. Jet Law has produced an air park analysis and report. You should have the full copy of that. I included just the executive summary in your binders for reference. We had a conversation recently with Mr. Jimenez of the PWSD number 2 about a question came up, how long can that water tower and that water supply maintain 2,000 gallons per minute for firefighting? And the answer is for 200 minutes at least. So that records that. I had conversations with the Missouri DNR about the timing of our application for our septic. As you know, it's the SUP for the county has already been approved, but we also have to go through DNR to get their approval. And that memo addresses that. Also, a special road district meeting memo, the fire protection district memo. Belton Fire Department had a meeting with both the chief and the marshal about a month ago, and they gave us lots of good suggestions on fire mitigation, fire prevention, and confirmed that all their equipment will fit under the railroad bridge on 203rd. Last supporting attachment is an email I got about 4 days ago from Mr. John Karish. He works for the FAA here in Kansas City. There were questions about the activation of the airport as MU-46, and he cleared that up, that was a mistake they made in their office. All I requested was an airspace evaluation. They did that and then automatically activated the airfield. However, he said, we did nothing wrong, and there's no action we need to take at this time. But that email is part of that record. The last thing
What
is...
did he activate again?
Pardon?
What did he activate again?
The actual...
Accidentally?
The FAA designation of that property as an active airstrip. MU-46 is the alphanumeric for that. And I requested, before we purchased the land, an airspace evaluation to make sure we weren't going to have any conflicts. What came out of that was a letter of agreement with Mr. Robinson. And basically, I thought my part was done, and his office forgot to unclick the box that says activate this. So it went into the database. It's been on a couple of the charts, but it's meaningless because there's no airstrip there yet. But he gave me the email to clear all that up, that we did everything right, their office made a mistake, and the letter is basically an apology from his office. So that's in your binder. I think it's the next to the last document there. The last document is if we are required to put in cul-de-sac turnarounds, there's some question as to whether Cass County or International Fire Code is the right answer. The Belton Fire Department says they use the International Fire Code, but we are providing where we would put those turnarounds in the cul-de-sacs to meet county requirements. Tonight I'll be talking about 5 different areas, and I'll try to go quickly. All the considerations about a development of this size, location, and who will be there. An airpark overview, what it is, what it isn't, what type of aircraft will fly there and how often. Benefits to the community, primarily tax revenue. Community engagement, the people side of it, and then actually our flight operations. The Kansas City area, the metro area, has grown steadily over the past 70 years. This slide from about 1980 on has just been an uphill climb of population growth, that blue line on the top. Of course, we have not escaped that in the South Belton area. These are Google Earth products, and the left slide is a depiction of the growth, or basically the metro area in the year 2000 versus today. And you can see, especially around Raymore and right around Belton, lots and lots of extra development in the past 25 years. So the city is growing to the south. The little blue square in the lower left corner is our proposed airpark location. So anytime an area grows and the population grows, there are demands on the community leaders, the county, the city, the state, whatever, and those can be road construction, emergency services, sewer services, social welfare programs, medical care, all the things that make us a community. In Cass County, that's true as well, and the way you pay for that is with tax revenue. So the dilemma is, how do we get adequate tax revenue to more than cover the growth of our community without destroying our community or having an adverse impact that's unacceptable? Now, there are numerous development options that could be considered that would bring in lots of tax revenue. These would not be appropriate where we plan to put Arrowhead Air Park. So we're not advocating this, we're just showing other possibilities. More sprawling warehouses, a manufactured home park, multifamily housing, we've all seen that pop up like mushrooms around the metro. A wind or solar farm. Keep it ag, but increase it to commercial livestock production. Like I said, we don't plan to do any of that. We're asking to put in a subdivision. Why can't we just leave it a bean field? Well, because the bean field, rental income on that is not adequate income for the landowners, us, and the tax revenue is very low. It's less than $1,000 a year. So it doesn't really pay the owners or the community returns that make it worth keeping it that way. So the answer is to find an answer with balanced development. Let's get something that creates good tax revenue that outweighs the impacts on the community, and see if we can develop that. In 2010, Cass County did the Cass County Master Development Plan, and that designated this area at 203rd and Prospect as being in the multi-use land use tier. So it is eventually planned to be development, and it indicator of that is the water tower at the southwest corner of our property has a 12-inch water main that runs all the way out to Prospect along 203rd Street. The water tower and that water main was not put in for future bean fields, it was put in for future development. What we'd like to do is recommend a luxury subdivision called Arrowhead Air Park. Obviously, we don't have it yet, so this is a Berlin Field Air Park down in Crescent, Texas. But this very closely approximates what we'd like to do in South Belton. A paved runway and large luxury homes with hangars either attached or off to the side. The parcel we'd like to develop is about 3 miles south of Belton. I don't have a pointer, but I'll kind of point with my arm here. Holmes Road or D Highway runs north-south a half mile to the west of our property. The line that breaks off a little bit further east is the Kansas City Southern Railroad line. As you can see, we've got cropland and ranch land on about 6 sides of the property. We have residential, rural residential properties with homes along the east side on Prospect, to the southwest, to the northwest, and the Buffalo Ranch has 1 home on it directly to the south. In the upper right-hand corner is Dick Robinson's airstrip. And just south of that is you can see about half of that octagon-shaped area. That's where the Chinook helicopters go for their local training. It's called the Belton Local Training Area out of the New Century Airport. So if you live in the area and you've heard helicopters flying over, that's their destination. We need to make sure that a subdivision fits into the community, and obviously the best way to do that is to have a smooth transition from urban to suburban to rural agriculture. For development like this, we need to leapfrog just a little bit and put a master plan subdivision a little further out in the country. A couple of reasons why this is required. For a master plan subdivision, there's nothing big enough close to town. It's all subdivided, as we've heard tonight, into 5 and 10 acre tracts. And so you can put 1 or 2 houses on it. If you want to build a subdivision with several homes, it's going to have to go out far enough to get land that can accommodate that. The second reason is we want to put in a 3,000-foot paved runway, and we need about 160 acres to make that work. So that's the reason we chose this parcel of land, and we found it after looking for about 3 years. This is the site plan and another replica of that up here in front of the podium. The green trees going up the west side is a ravine. We're going to leave that as green space, so that's all common area. At the north end of that is a pond that we'll use as a fishing pond. The small green off to the east and the other pond will be shared by those lot owners. The runway kind of runs south, east, and northwest through the middle, and you can see several roads through the area. All those roads are dual purpose. That means within the confines of the air park itself, vehicles and aircraft are authorized to use those, and in a private community like this with private roads, we are allowed to do that. There are some lots that you can see front the runway on both sides. Those lots probably won't need to use those roads because they can go directly from their hangar straight out to the runway. The roads, runway, and the section to the southeast is all common area. It'll belong to everybody in the development. The clubhouse eventually will be in that southeast area, but we pulled that for now. These roads, like I said, will be private, constructed, maintained, and snow plowed by us, zero cost to Cass County. We're planning 4 entrance gates to the development, 2 on 203rd, 2 on Prospect. These will be electronic gates, motors, and codes to restrict access, not only for the community itself as a security measure, but also as a safety measure so anybody can't just drive in and get access to the runway or get access to the aircraft. We want to keep the community safe as well as keep the development secure. The southern gated entrance on Prospect will also have an extra lane built for traffic, so there's no traffic congestion. That will be our main entrance. All the gates will be equipped with Knox boxes for emergency response, and also the Yelp system, which I just learned from the Belton Fire Department. It senses sirens from emergency vehicles, so if they're doing their siren, it will open the gate automatically. Our septic plan was approved last year. I'll let Alex, our engineer, talk in more detail about this, but I just want to point out that the low-pressure drip system will use lateral fields located along both sides of the runway. That's all going to be grass, and we'll bury those deep and augment the soil appropriately to meet the requirements for that. There's no off-site effluent at all from this system. It'll be installed, operated, maintained by us, zero cost to Cass County. The runway itself, we're planning 3,000 feet of asphalt, 40 feet wide. This is excellent for a visual type runway for small aircraft. It's not quite enough for instrument, and what that means when the weather gets very foggy, very rainy, or the ceiling gets very low, you have to do what's called an instrument approach to be able to take off and land from that runway. This runway does not qualify for that. Lighting, marking, length, width. It's strictly a visual runway, which means there won't be as many flights out of there because when the weather's bad, we'll stay on the ground. It will have some edge lighting on the runway for night landings, but that'll be shielded so only the pilot on final approach can see those lights. From the ground and from the roads around the airpark, you won't know it's there or there's any lights on. Those won't stay on 24/7. They'll be activated for about a 10-minute period by each pilot who needs to use it. The blue line at the southeast end of the runway, crossing it, is where we plan to put a displaced threshold. And what that means is we want the pilots to land further down the runway because they've got to cross over 203rd Street, and we need enough elevation crossing over the traffic on that for safety for both the traffic and the aircraft. There's also still electrical lines that are above ground that run along 203rd, so that displaced threshold will take care of that. Water will be provided by the big water tank you saw earlier in that main. Alex will talk more about that distribution. Electric service, right now, power line's about 25 feet high along the south side. Once we start our excavation, we'll actually have Evergy bury all those. All utilities within the development will be buried as well. Currently, Spire Gas doesn't serve this area, and so we're going to allow our homeowners to use propane with buried tanks. Two different size lots are available. The larger lots are called estate lots. They range from 1 to 2.2 acres. And the smaller lots, mostly in the center and on the east side there, are 0.5 to 0.7 acre lots. Those are called residential hangar lots. The difference is what type of home you're allowed to build there. This would be a typical large estate lot home. This one, as you can see on the back, has the hangar built right into the side of the house. Another option would be a separate house and standalone hangar. Obviously, all these buildings will comply with Cass County building codes and Arrowhead Airpark architectural standards. The goal is to have a very nice, attractive, upscale community. Unfortunately, we will not be able to offer the mountains in the background. Sorry. Second option is a residential hangar lot. Just like it sounds, it's a hangar that you can live in, but not in the hangar part. It'll have living quarters on the side, the back, or above the hangar as part of the structure. These are better suited to the smaller lots. Once again, those will be restricted by Cass County building codes, as well as our covenants and special fire mitigation measures as well, where appropriate. So what are the benefits of Arrowhead Air Park coming in and putting a big subdivision in the middle of the country? Well, for starters, we want to build a community, not just a housing development. It's a bunch of like-minded people that look a lot like me, about my age, about my experience level, and we want to be your neighbors. We also want a beautiful community. We don't want windmills. We don't want landfills. We don't want apartment complexes. So we will actually help our neighbors to keep any industry like that out. You can expect our residents to be, like I said, a little older, probably over 60, financially secure, a lot of retirees. I would guess at least 90% empty nesters. And what this means is the demands that our community would put on Cass County for services would be extremely low compared to, say, a multifamily apartment complex. So we think the balance will be very much in favor of Cass County. We'll provide hundreds of jobs as we start developing our infrastructure, paving, excavation, plumbing, electrical, and then once the home building starts, it'll just go through the roof with all those new nice homes. Let's talk about money for just a minute. Arrowhead Air Park will provide significant tax revenue to the community. With the estate lot homes averaging about 1.3 million and 43 residential hangar homes, about 700,000 each. The appraised value, the levies, and by the way, I didn't make this up, I sat down for a couple hours with the assessor's office, they were very accommodating, helped me come up with these projections. It totals about $1.1 million in additional tax revenue per year. In a development like this, not only will people have nice personal property, nice cars, maybe a boat, maybe an RV in the garage, but pretty much every lot will also have a nice airplane. Airplanes can run in this size category anywhere from about $50,000 to 1.3 million. And we expect to have several of those high-end airplanes. They're taxed at a much higher rate, which is the top line. The older airplanes are a much, much lower rate, so that's why those numbers look a little bit lopsided. But the bottom line is, just for cars and airplanes, nearly another $500,000 in property tax revenue. If this land remains a soybean field with a modest manufactured home on it, that thin line to the left is what it will provide the community over a 10-year period, less than $10,000. If the air park grows at a steady rate over a 10-year period, you can see how that adds up. Over $9 million over 10 years, just in tax revenue, not even considering the jobs that it's going to provide. That's 900 times the revenue of a bean field. So we think the balance is well worth it to approve this. That's $9 million for your local schools, to build roads, to improve medical care, support social programs, support emergency services. But enough about money. Let's talk about people. So like I said, we want to build a community that embraces the local community. We want to be part of the community and reach out. The first thing we're planning to do is create a neighborhood improvement district. If you've never heard of that, it's a legal agreement between the county and the developer to improve roads. Oftentimes that's within a neighborhood where you improve the roads, right in the development. In our case, those are already paid for. We've got that covered. What we want to do is improve the roads on the perimeter of our development. So that would be Prospect Road and 203rd Street. We've just engaged the county on starting to do that. We don't have details. We hope to present those details when we present our final plat application and hearing. We expect over time, it's usually a 10 to 15 year payout period, at least $300,000 of contribution to to help the local roads. We're not just gonna close our gates and isolate ourselves from the community. We're going to reach out. Pilots generally are very social people, and we like getting out and talking to people. We especially enjoy mentoring young people and bringing them along in an aviation career. Arrowhead Air Park will probably have dozens of pilots, engineers, flight attendants, aircraft mechanics, doctors, lawyers, school teachers, college professors, people with a professional background. And what we'd like to do is reach out and give back to the community, because we're all gonna be at the end of our careers or our early retirement. And we wanna do that through this outreach, through the STEM program at local schools, scouting, aviation merit badge, for instance, field trips to the air park. Let's see how you tear down an engine. Let's talk about the parts of an airplane. There's probably a son, a daughter, a grandson, a granddaughter that you know in the community who might want to attend one of the service academies, Air Force Academy, Naval Academy, West Point. When we're fully built out with 93 new homeowners, I bet money we have at least 10 Air Force Academy graduates, because they gravitate toward things like this. What better way to mentor a young high school junior or senior trying to fill out his application to get into the Air Force Academy than for one of us to take that person under our wing and guide them along and help them achieve their dreams. We'll open the gates periodically for a block party, summer party, Christmas parade, whatever. Bottom line is we want to be your neighbors. We don't want to just live in a nice house and not be part of the neighborhood. One thing that we think is the best gift to the community is our scholarship program. We're committed to about $20,000 for each scholarship, 2 per year, to deserving high school seniors in the county who want to pursue a career in aviation, either the pilot side or the maintenance side. We will pay full tuition for a young person to get a private pilot certificate, the first important step on the ladder to a full-blown aviation career as a pilot, or to become a mechanic. We'll help them get their airframe and power plant license. There are local schools here in Kansas City that do that. We will partner with them to pay that tuition to get 2 students per year. The part you've all been waiting for. Let's talk about airplanes and how we're gonna keep the noise down. So I've already mentioned that we're visual flight rules only, so we won't be flying on bad weather days. We also don't fly when it's super windy. These little airplanes blow around like potato chips sometimes, and so if it gets too breezy like it is today, we'll probably stay on the ground. Our traffic numbers will be quite low, and Ed Young from JetLaw will highlight how he's determined that. That gives us the luxury of not having to fly the standard box pattern like you might see at Harrisonville or Johnson County Airport, that just buzzes close to the runway and flies over the same piece of ground over and over again. So what we'll do is direct our aircraft to enter a long final, 1 to 2 miles out, pull the power back, and a very low power, quiet, stable approach to landing to a full stop. Takeoffs, we recognize, do make a bit more noise, so to mitigate that, we're going to impose, they call it noise reduction. And taking off to the southeast, we'll make a slight turn to get further away from the house on the southeast corner, but staying away from the Buffalo Ranch house. Taking off to the northwest, neighbors up to the northwest, we want to avoid overflying them. We'll turn as soon as we're safely airborne and go southwest over the open ranch land to the west of our property. The green line that goes straight out northwest, occasionally due to winds or aircraft performance, a turn when it's safe might place us over those homes. We won't do that. We'll just continue straight out and keep climbing. we might see aircraft like this. The Cessna 172 in the upper right corner weighs about 2,500 pounds. Beechcraft Bonanza, lower left corner, about 3,500 pounds. And then the twin-engine Beech Baron is probably the largest aircraft we'll see. It weighs about 6,000 pounds. Our SUP requests anything up to 12,500 pounds. It's not because we expect that, it's because that's an FAA cutoff in their definitions of different type aircraft. A 3,000-foot runway is more than adequate for all aircraft like this. Let's talk about our restrictions. The main one is it's not a public airport. Only residents, only approved guests are authorized to fly in or out of Arrowhead Airpark. An approved guest has to take an online course and pass it before they're approved to come in and land. We don't want guests coming in and saying, well, I think I'll do 2 or 3 touch and goes while I'm here, or I'm gonna buzz the runway a couple of times. That's not gonna happen at Arrowhead Airpark. We're not gonna fly late at night. We're requesting no flying from midnight to 5 a.m. and no takeoffs after 10 p.m. A few of our residents may need to fly to work or fly home from work. We're trying to accommodate them, but reduce nighttime noise as well. 1 takeoff, 1 landing per flight. A lot of times when people fly small airplanes like this, they go out and they train, and they might fly 5 landings in a row, touch and go landings or low approaches. Go down to Harrisonville to do that. Go to Johnson County to do that. At Arrowhead Airpark, it's like your driveway. You pull out in the morning, you go to work, you come home at night, you pull back in. You don't need to back in and out of your garage 8 times that day. Straight-in approaches only, no overhead patterns. Noise abatement departures like I've briefed. We have deconfliction with Mr. Robinson. All his traffic will stay to the north of his airstrip. All of ours will stay to the south and west. We're prohibiting any commercial aviation activity whatsoever. Again, to keep the numbers down, to make it a subdivision, a residential community, a community instead of an airport. So that means no aircraft rental, no flight school, no maintenance facility, no cargo operations, no passenger operations. We will designate a flight operations board that will monitor our pilots and make sure they comply with this and take appropriate action if there are violations. We want to keep this special use permit, and the quickest way to lose it is to play games with this. So trust me when I say that won't happen. Take a deep breath. I'm done. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, gentlemen, for your attention. I know it was long, but we did have a lot to say. Our next presenter will be C. Edward Young from Jet Law.
So my name is Ed Young, and I'm an attorney with Jet Law, and I represent airparks all over the country. The great part is I have a very short drive home tonight. I'm from Kansas City. Our firm was started in the basement of the Kansas City FAA building on Main Street. So I wanted to just talk through what airparks are and then how we came up with our operation numbers. The operation numbers make a difference when you talk about what the overall impact might be. So they've asked for a basic analysis. It's a gut check to compare their operations, what they plan in terms of their operations with other operations of a similar nature, and we've done it for around the country. So what is an airpark? It's actually just a community with an additional community feature. These are different airparks from around the country. That's Spruce Creek up to the right-hand side. That's in Florida. They actually have a golf course and fishing opportunities along with their airpark. That's Two Oaks. I don't think the horse got off the plane. That's actually an equestrian community that has a runway as well. And then that's Sunset Strip in Topeka, Kansas, which has about 10 houses that back to the airstrip. The very green section is actually the airstrip. The piece in front is actually a county road. So airparks come in all kinds of different varieties, shapes and sizes, and the important part is the planning of the airpark. You heard a number of things that were discussed about what the restrictions are for this particular airpark, and that goes into how you do the planning for the airpark and the number of operations that you might see when the airpark is completely built out. They've designated something that looks a lot like a small A1 category. That isn't a restriction that the FAA places, that's one that the airport itself places. One of the things about airports in general, there's a cliche that when you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport, and that's the truth, especially when you talk about the Kansas City area airports. By designating this, it really has more of a guidance for the community and what they're allowing to fly in and fly out. It does not have any regulatory impact, but it's really it's helpful to understand this when you compare it to the Kansas City Aviation System Plan. In 2015, the Mid-America Regional Council conducted a system plan for this area. I was one of the aviation specialists on that system plan. And one of the things that's happened over the last few years is general aviation aircraft, the sales and so forth have declined. The people developing this air park are very enthusiastic about their numbers. From the aviation system plan, we would probably say that the growth at the air park in terms of number of aircraft is going to be low and slow. They're not going to have a lot of growth if you do it based on the system plan. There are some other factors that doesn't mean that the development itself would not be successful. There are a number of other factors in the area, including there's aging and decaying facilities at other airports. There's been frustrations with some of the public airports in terms of access and usability. So this air park has the potential of pulling aircraft over from other public use airports. If you look at that map on the right, that's all of the airports, both public and private, that are in the area. The report itself details a number of the airports around the area and then creates comparisons with those airports. It included everything from East Kansas City to the Harrisonville Airport and why the operations numbers we arrived at are what we arrived at. And the reason is that the aircraft market is inelastic. There are only a set number of airplanes on the market, and so it is unlikely that you'll have aggressive growth, but the proponents didn't want to create any false illusions, so they wanted us to produce an aggressive growth rate. In that aggressive growth rate, the number of operations per aircraft at the airport using runway is estimated at 33 operations per aircraft. So you have about 10 operations per day, which is 5 takeoffs and 5 landings. Now, that's not to guarantee there's only going to be 5 takeoffs or 5 landings per day on nice days when the weather's nice, on Saturdays and so forth. You probably have more operations, but on average, it's 5 takeoffs and 5 landings per day. Part of what the air park is requested to do through the analysis is to do that gut check where we maintain safety, and the air park is entirely in control of that. Unlike a public use airport like Harrisonville, they can reject operations. They can reject it by type of aircraft, they can reject it by pilot. In other words, if you have a pilot that behaves in a certain way, you can actually reject their use of the airport. It is prior permission only. They have to have the permission. They're actually doing an online program to get that permission. So they establish the safety culture, and then that safety culture drives what happens at the airport. Within the report itself, there are some statistics about accidents in the area. The problem is that aviation accidents are incredibly rare. We pulled the numbers for the regional airports, and the result is that you can't do anything that is statistically satisfying. And so we don't want to give the false impression that there could never be an accident, but on the other hand, if you just look strictly at the numbers, it is very unlikely that you're going to have an accident or an incident at the airport. But on the other hand, the way that you avoid that is that you set very strict rules for how the airport is operated. One of the most important pieces that we talked about in the report was noise. You saw a couple of departure procedures that they're talking about implementing. We did not evaluate those. They're informal procedures. But one of the things that you can see from this map is that you actually have road noise, and you also have rail noise that is in close proximity to the airport. So you can establish procedures, and you can adjust those procedures because it is prior permission only, and the air park board can set standards for how you come in and depart the airport. The map to the right is a DNL map. We actually had to manipulate the map to put these numbers on it, because if you actually run the numbers for the airport, it comes back less than 65 DNL, which is the standard for the FAA and for HUD. The reason it comes back as less than 65 DNL, that's day-night level, is because the aircraft that they've selected, when we went through the analysis, they don't have a single aircraft in that list that produces, well, they have one aircraft in that list that produces 67 decibels, which means that you would have to have that aircraft running at the end of the runway for 16 hours a day in order to hit the 65 DNL level. So it's just not possible to create that map there on the right-hand side without manipulating it and putting louder aircraft in it. But if we did have B2 or C2 traffic, that's larger aircraft, that's what the map would look like. There's a recommendation in the report that as they develop those houses, that they use good planning practices and soundproofing, and that they use noise-absorbing construction materials so that they keep that noise level low. That's their desire in the long term. So you have a couple of options there, what they've discussed in terms of the turnout procedures or the landing procedures, and you also have a visual representation of what would ordinarily be either the FAA or the HUD standard. You have that visual representation to the right.
Hi, my name's Craig Wilcox from Arrowhead Air Park. Our air park isn't quite ready for actual landings yet, so we're going to replicate some flying of typical aircraft flight events here at the Lawrence Municipal Airport today. The aircraft we'll be flying today for this demonstration is the Cessna 172. It's the most common general aviation airplane in the country. It has a maximum weight of 2,300 pounds. This 172 has a 140 horsepower engine and a fixed pitch propeller. To replicate flying at Arrowhead Air Park, we've staged our camera 1,000 feet from the runway here at the Lawrence Airport. This simulates the camera placement at Prospect Avenue, which is on the east side of the air park property, about halfway up from 203rd. That would also place it 1,000 feet from the Arrowhead Air Park runway. So this is a takeoff from left to right, and just to show how quiet the aircraft actually is, Mike and I are going to have a short conversation about how beautiful the weather is today. The weather is beautiful here in Lawrence, and basically zero wind as well. Beautiful day for flying. This takeoff will be from right to left with a straight out departure. This approach and landing will be from right to left, full stop. Our 172 is landing right now, and once again, it's a very quiet event.
It is quiet. In fact, I can't even hear them at this point. Hear a little background noise. I hear a train.
And I hear a little highway noise as well.
Yeah, that's all I hear.
Looks like another good landing by our 172 pilot. He's done a great job for us here today. I heard 2 squeaks, that's a perfect landing in my book. I'd take that any day.
So the only criticism I have of the demonstration that they did is they actually followed the aircraft with the microphone, and the way that that's conducted when you do it under Part 36 is that it's a stationary point, and then because sound pressure, the way that it moves is it moves out in waves. And so actually it's not quite what you would hear, is actually more than you would hear ordinarily, and I think that there was an affidavit that was submitted with that they didn't do anything to alter the sound or anything. So that gives you a notion of the kind of aircraft that they're using and the decibel level, and that's detailed in the report itself if you want to take a look at that. We spent some time with that particular piece. So the other, I apologize for those of you from CMSU, that tells you how long ago it's been since I was involved with CMSU. But we did a wildlife comparison, and in the last 28 years they've had 7 bird strikes, which resulted in no damage. Again, we can't, and they had 1 deer hit. The deer was quite upset, but the aircraft did not suffer significant impact. So the issue is that we can't say that they're not going to have any wildlife issues. The way that the Central Missouri University runway is set up, it's only about 281 feet from a pond. They are one of the busiest aviation school. Well, they are the busiest aviation school in the state of Missouri. They have touch and goes, and they have all kinds of operations there. They and 383 other airports across the state of Missouri do a pretty good job of managing wildlife. The recommendation in the report was that the committee at the airpark continue to manage that situation and adopt best practices if necessary if they find that they're having wildlife issues. Basically, the airpark is adopting the same standard that any general aviation airport in the United States would adopt. One of the other issues that we've talked about is aviation fuel. There is still lead in aviation gas. There's reason for that. Aviation fuel aviation engines, unfortunately, have a tendency to detonate if they don't have lead in them. We've been working for years on a solution. We're actually only 4 years from the solution, we think. We're pretty sure. Project Eagle is well underway, and it was actually in the 2024 FAA Reauthorization Act to continue to take lead out of aviation fuel. There have been a number of studies that have indicated that there may be issues with lead, and folks around airports, those studies were in much larger areas with airparks that were significantly larger. The one in California, for instance, was 781 houses built right down to an airport. They don't have any disease clusters, but they are seeing some issues with lead in children's blood. That's not a good thing. That's why this project is pushing forward as fast as it is and as hard as it is, and we believe there'll be an answer in the next 4 years. But again, even in a place like Spruce Creek or in other places where there are facilities that have air parks, there are no disease clusters that are associated with lead in aviation fuel. Craig already told you about some of the issues in terms of obstruction planning. They're talking about a displaced threshold, and what the displaced threshold does, in simple terms, is that it would allow you to put a runway right up against a road. You're just simply not allowed to use it to land. So you can use it to take off, but you can't use it to land. There are calculations in the report itself that talk about the aircraft that they're using, that they're allowing at the airport. And one of the great things about the aircraft that they are allowing in the airport is that those all can navigate this facility with some ease. And so there's really not an issue in terms of obstructions and so forth. But there are things that you can still do to mitigate those, including cooperation with the utilities and the road department to make sure that the surrounding property does not become an issue. And the air park is simply not, and this was my baby of a program. It was called Airport Ops for Cops. It was developed so that we could go out to rural airports and we could talk to them about illicit use of airports. It was a program conducted with the Drug Enforcement Administration, and air parks are simply not good locations for illicit activity. What drug users, dealers, traffickers are interested in are places that are away from community, that don't have regular attendance, that have, for instance, self-service fuel pumps. I can can tell you about a dozen different activities that we conducted across Kansas and Missouri, where we interdicted drug trafficking, and the reason that we were able to do that is with cooperation with the local law enforcement and being aware of what drug users or drug traffickers are interested in, and this air park is simply not that. That is the basic analysis, and Craig, I don't know who's up next.
I have a few questions, Mr. Young.
Sure.
What's your law firm do primarily?
Only aviation work.
Only aviation work?
Right.
All right. Would you be able to guesstimate the last air park that was opened within, say, the Metroplex area? Has that been years?
Yes. Never. It's been, well, I can't say never because, well, there's several that are in Topeka. There's one that's north in Atchison. It is unusual in this part of the country. It is not unusual across the country.
All right. Are you aware of any other air parks on the drawing board? And I don't mean Atchison or Topeka. I mean the Metroplex.
No.
All right. Are you familiar with the subdivision development around air parks, i.e. density?
Yes.
Okay. Could you or would you comment with respect to the density of this project?
It is, so the hangar homes piece is very similar to several air parks that I'm familiar with across the state of Kansas. It's not unusual to have the hangar home piece be on smaller lots and developed actually in a hangar space, which would be smaller than what you're seeing on their development. So in terms of the density, that is either consistent or those lots are bigger than what you would normally see. So for instance, Benton Air Park, down in the Wichita area, the Yoder Air Park, those all have, the hangar homes are on smaller lots. They're developed more like hangars. If you go to a traditional airport, they're developed literally in the hangars. In terms of the estate lots, that is very similar to several air parks across the country, including, I had a picture of Alpine Air Park in mind. That is in Wyoming. Those are estates. I think you actually had one of yours too with the mountains in the background, Craig. Those are estate lots. They are very similar to their estate. And it's completely developed, I believe. I believe Alpine is completely built out at this point.
Thank you.
Sure. Oh, ouch.
Again, I'm Alex Elliott with Atlas Line Consulting. We're the project engineer and surveyor. I'm just going to touch on some stuff real quick. Craig already mentioned a few things. So as Craig mentioned, lot and road layout. The orange roads are what he calls the multi-use roads. They look like a normal road. They're built to Cass County standards as far as pavement sections, widths, ditches, things like that. They are gated, as he said, at each connection to the public road in order to prevent, random people from just driving through and not understanding that these are also used by aircraft. The sort of cyan bluish road and runway are what we call the taxiways and the runways. In general, cars are not allowed on these, with the exception of emergency personnel would be able to use them. They're not gated or anything, but they'll have signs posted basically saying aircraft only or emergency services. So they do connect the subdivision well, so in the event that some road is blocked for a fire truck or whatever, they'd be able to easily drive around. They are the minimum width for a fire access road, which is 20 feet. So they can be serve a dual purpose in that way. Craig mentioned some kind of later comments from planning on the cul-de-sac links. We have some links that are in excess of 500 feet, which is sort of a, if you want to call it a emergency response concern from the county. Basically, they say, on smaller subdivisions like this, they don't want to see cul-de-sacs longer than 500 feet without a turnaround. So provided on these cul-de-sacs is a turnaround. You can see the orange little stub there's on 4 of the longest cul-de-sacs. None of those cul-de-sacs are over 750 feet long. The International Fire Code's limit on on a dead-end road, what they call it, with a turnaround, which would be a cul-de-sac, is 750 feet. None of them exceed that. So we're within the IFC, but to go, meet the county standards as well, the turnarounds have been added. Those can be platted, those can have easements put on top of them, whatever we need to do to make those work. Those also meet International Fire Code standards for width and length and things like that. Moving on to the sanitary sewer, we've already talked about this. You guys have already obviously seen and approved the SUP. Just some quick notes on that. This system will be tailored to each phase of development. So when the first, sort of phase, if we want to call it that, kind of the southeast corner, when it's built, they'll only build as much of that system as they need for those houses. There won't be a system sitting out there not being used. It'll be tailored to each section of development. There's abundant room along the runway, lots of green space up there at the top of the hill. Basic function of the system is each house will have a grinder pump that acts as a mini lift station to push the effluent through the low pressure system uphill to the tanks along the runway. These aeration tanks will feed the bacteria, which will consume and break down the organic matter in the water. Very typical way to deal with black water, if you want to call it that. This sort of cleaner water that has had the nutrients removed will then be pumped through the leach fields, which are the long green lines along the runway, into the soil. As Craig mentioned, the soil will have to be amended. There's a lot of clay in the soil on site, not very good for leach fields, so there will be a large operation bringing in amended fill, digging these down and giving them enough room to be able to let that soak and naturally filter through the water. That'll prevent any groundwater contamination through natural filtration, but it also prevents any surface water runoff from being contaminated because of the depth that we buried. And as Craig mentioned, the system will have to be permitted with the state, NDNR. That will be a whole thing in itself. So we haven't done that due to the NDNR's suggestion. They basically said, finish your other SUP, your plat, finish all that before you come do this, because it's a big task. Stormwater conveyance, as was mentioned with some applications previously tonight, when you turn row crops into yards. Sorry. Sorry. Talk up. Whenever you take row crops, which are dirt for a large portion of the year, and turn them into yards and meadows, whether they're mowed or not, it's an improvement, right? With a row crop, you have fertilizers and pesticides, herbicides, and soil. Soil is a contaminant when it's in water, right? We have all this running off the property currently. Whenever we take that, and yes, we're adding impervious area with houses and roadways, shops, all these things, all that has been modeled, and the net is an improvement, basically. All the downstream culverts have been analyzed for capacity, all these things have been analyzed, and it's, again, as was mentioned previously, it's an improvement. Onto the water line, as far as drinking water, the blue dot in the corner is the water tower. The dashed blue lines are the existing mains, and then didn't show up as well as I'd like to, sorry, but the solid blue lines that run throughout the development are our proposed water lines. These will be sized to meet everything that the water district wants and needs. As Craig indicated, that a water tower is a 1.5 million gallon water tower. Mr. Jimenez with the water district mentioned that they keep it very full to make sure everybody has pressure as they should, and so it's kept, he said at least at 400,000 gallons, and that's where we get the 200-minute flow rate, or flow time for a fire flow of 2,000 gallons per minute. Again, by looping it and connecting it throughout, we'll be able to maintain good pressure for everyone and possibly increase pressure on the other line, just the way the system's connected. Whenever you have dead-end lines, the pressure's not good, so connecting it gives you an increase in that way. Fire hydrants are going to be spaced adequately throughout the development for the fire department to have access for each single-family residence. And that's really it on the utilities. It's in pretty much every way, it's a very basic subdivision. It's very normal. You just have this large road and some added gates. The sewer treatment system is, we're seeing this across the country. These systems that are large leach fields. They're coming up with very creative ways. A lot of like MDNR and KDHE are trying to get rid of lagoons. They don't want to see lagoons anymore, so people are having to get creative with how they're treating the septic system, and so we're seeing a lot more creative ideas like this. And they have been applied and used and proven in other parts of the country, or actually even other parts of Missouri. MDNR is very familiar with them. Lastly, I just have a little goofy rendering of the private gate access, just give you an idea of kind of how it would look like approaching. This is from the Prospect entrance. Just an idea, you pull up, there's a gate there, it gives you room to pull off the road, you're not going to inhibit anybody and get into the access. So I'll hand it off to Bill. There he is.
I have a question.
Yes.
Who will be responsible for the maintenance of the grinder pumps?
That will be the, well, there's two ways to handle it. I'm not actually sure what their plan is, but I've seen it handled two ways. One, it can be on the homeowner, because it is basically supplying only their house, or it can be the HOA. So they basically, or the wastewater utility company, so that whenever your pump goes out, the alarm on your panel goes off, it'll alert them automatically, they'll come replace the pump. We see a lot of this stuff, what's that one north of Raymore? Creekmore, that subdivision has a lot of grinders in it. They have like the HOA kind of handles all that stuff, but it can also be placed onto the homeowner, either way.
Will there be a surcharge?
For that service?
No, for the drainage out of your grinder pump into your septic line there.
Like a surcharge fee or like a surcharge as far as?
Surcharge fee.
I'm not sure how the feeing structure will be handled. Sorry. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Bill Brown. I'm the broker owner of Tom Jones Realtors. I've been a realtor here for 23 years, and as you can see, I've had a lot of recognition, and I feel like I'm here to answer some questions and also clarify how the real estate might be affected due to the development of Arrowhead Airpark. I want to clarify, and you've heard some of this already, but I'm going to kind of run through it real quick, the differences between an airpark and an airpark. Kansas City, MCI, airports generate not only large planes and jets, but also commercial traffic, passengers, employees, and other sorts of traffic coming and going. For the week of March 18th, MCI averaged 293 landings and takeoffs per day. So over 24 hours, that means that a plane is landing or a plane is taking off once every 5 minutes. Johnson County Executive is a more smaller public airport, but they also have businesses, they offer flight training, they offer chartering, sales, instruction, and they have jets. They average 110 landings and takeoffs per day. So over 24 hours, that means that a plane is taking off or landing once every 13 minutes. In comparison, as you just heard, Arrowhead Airpark anticipates at full occupancy an average of around 10 total landings and takeoffs per day. And since we have limited operating hours, if you adjust the hours, that breaks down to a plane taking off or landing once every 114 minutes. This is not a busy airport, it's an airpark. It's important to remember that the pilots and the owners in Arrowhead are not operating on a commercial schedule. So as Craig mentioned, if the wind's blowing, there's ice on the runway, there are going to be days where maybe only 1 or 2 planes take off, and there are going to be several days where there will be no planes taking off because the pilots are not going to take off when it's unsafe to fly. Excuse me. Now, studies do exist that discuss the impact of a large airport on surrounding homes and property values. And according to this research, the 2 factors that have the largest negative impact on property near an airport are airplane noise and increased vehicular traffic. For the noise factor, Ed has already talked to us about the levels of noise of operation. The data he presented states that the sound level of a typical plane taking off or landing at Arrowhead Arrowhead Air Park will be no louder than a motorcycle driving down Prospect or an average riding lawnmower cutting the grass. On vehicular traffic, this subdivision doesn't have passengers, employees, or commercial vehicles. So the traffic coming and going is not going to be any different than any other normal subdivision of similar size. So the two most significant factors that could possibly negatively affect property values at Arrowhead Air Park don't exist because they don't have those like an airport would. I would also like to point out that even smaller airports don't necessarily negatively affect property values. Harmony View West and Olathe saw their home values increase from $458,500 to $657,100 over the last 5 years. Subdivision is located right next to Johnson County Executive Airport. Symphony Hills saw their home values increase from $244,715 to $410,941 over the last 5 years. This airport, or this subdivision, is also right next to Johnson County Executive Airport. The property value increases that these homes saw is comparable with all the other homes in the surrounding area that aren't by the airport. So you can see that their location near the airport didn't affect their growth or their ability to continue to go up in value. So master plan developments are often designed and built in areas similar to Arrowhead Air Park's proposed location. When Loch Lloyd was incorporated in 2003, most of the surrounding property was rural residential and agricultural. Another development of around 363 acres called Arrowhead Lakes is planned on the southeast corner of Holmes Road and 150 Highway. This area is also mostly rural residential and agricultural. Both neighborhoods are good examples of the types of locations that are most conducive for a master plan development like Arrowhead Air Park. So according to an analysis by Realtor.com, home listings in air parks are priced at a 30% premium above other listings. So homes that are built in air parks and the homes that would be built in Arrowhead Air Park are large, expensive homes. Neighborhoods that have higher valued homes strengthen the tax base, they improve the infrastructure of the surrounding area, they bring additional resources to bear, and they overall benefit the community. In my professional opinion, this project would most likely increase property values for the surrounding homes, and the improvements surrounding this development will increase the attractiveness of the area. I'd like to finish up by sharing that the first air park in the United States was Sierra Sky Park in Fresno, California. It was established in 1946. It's still active today, and the neighborhood is a runway surrounded by single-family homes. There are now over 700 air parks located in the United States. The concept of an air park is not new. It's growing across the country, and they have coexisted with the surrounding communities successfully for almost 80 years. The local pilot community is excited about the opportunity at Arrowhead Air Park. 23 lots have already been reserved in anticipation of a future home in the neighborhood. Arrowhead Air Park aspires to be a positive and contributing member of the local area and the county, and we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to review our application. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Of those 23 lots, what's the breakdown between estate and hangar? You know?
Mostly estate so far seems to be the stronger interest.
So that's the majority?
Mostly the estate lots have been shown more interest.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Greg, who's next? We're ready to hear people speak in support of Arrowhead Airport. Are you going to shut this down?
Sure. Can't we have some slides for us?
I'm sorry?
To pull up, this list of what he was gonna do for the county and the roads.
I don't understand your question, Alan.
The fire department, the roads,
I think he's
you
wanting
say the list there.
to be able to
His
reference
second
this.
list.
You say you want to be able to see them at some point if it comes up?
Yeah. I'd like to go down his list so we can talk about it.
not sure I'm gonna let him do it. That's my call. We're gonna take a 2-minute break.
Thanks again for your help today and last week.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it looks great.
Well,
Great presentation.
it all worked. You got the word out.
Right, right. Right.
Okay, let's bring the meeting back to order. Thank you. As you guys have seen through the previous applications, the next phase or stage of this is there anyone here that would like to speak in favor of this application? Please come forward.
You want me to?
Sign in, yeah. Thanks, Clay. While he's doing that, I want to remind everybody that this is application 3142, which is the conceptual and special use permit for an airplane runway, and they have canceled the community clubhouse. So, you are, sir.
I am David Seba.
All right, Mr. Seba, what's up?
I'm a lifetime resident of Cass County. I actually grew up, born just 2 miles north of where the proposed runway is, and then when I was in 7th grade, we moved to the Cleveland area. My brother and I have operated a farm in the county for about 45 years, and we farmed in Bates County, Jackson County, Cass County, but we're based out of Cass County, and then on the Kansas side in Johnson County and Miami County. So, and I currently live just north of the air where the proposed air park is. So I didn't even really aware 6 months ago of this project, but I saw the signs opposing it. So I kind of looked into it, and I saw Craig's name, and I got a hold of Mr. Wilcox, and he agreed to meet with me because I was just interested in knowing what everybody was opposed to and what was going on. I'm also a pilot, a private pilot. I've been a pilot since 1986. And in 1988, a gentleman in Kansas, just south of Bucyrus, you were asking about air parks. There's an air park over there that they opened up in 1988 called Childs. There's 8 homes and hangars on each side of the runway. It's a grass strip. And so a partner and I have had a hangar and an airplane there since then. So we've operated in and out of there. And so Craig thought that maybe I could share some just thoughts about being a pilot and things that might happen and might go on in this type of a scenario. The other thing is we've been farmers our whole lives. So we've had association with a lot of different landowners, property owners over the years. And so we've watched everything happen, being just literally growing up in the Belton area. My grandparents had a dairy farm where Loch Lloyd's Lake is. So that's how long I've been here and watched all this happen. And so one of the things that we saw in our farming operation, other than just operations, was when people would move in and buy large tracts and then develop them, you end up working, because all of it doesn't get developed immediately, you end up working with the developers over a period of time. Like we were at Longview when there was 1,400 acres of farm ground, and we operated there until we had like 75 acres left and it was all developed. Creekmore, we were involved with Cooper Communities when they did that. We farmed about 900 acres of the 1,200 that was developed until it all got developed. Rod Rock in Kansas, we worked with them, and kind of the same way, projects just east of Sneed's Barbecue on 175th. We farmed there about a 400-acre tract, and now it's being all developed into homes. The Owen Good Ranch, we farmed quite a lot of that originally, and then now we've watched it all develop into, as you well know if you've traveled 49, the huge warehouse district. So we've watched all this happen, and you end up working with the developers as all these things happen and take place. And the one interesting thing that I thought about Craig's project, or this park project, is that there's going to be the guys that are trying to do it living there. And there also, it's an air park where pilots that like airplanes or have airplanes can possibly live. So when you look at those kinds of developments, you're not going to see one probably in close to the city, just because, as what Craig stated in his presentation, you have to have a larger track. So then you run into the sewage type system. They're going to install all that and maintain all that themselves. Is not going to be a burden. Over on that side of the county, as far south as sewers go, is Sneed's, which is 175th. So if we see sewers come south, then what you see with sewers, as we've watched in all these other developments, is to support the sewage, the cost of the sewage system and the wastewater treatments, you have a lot of density. So then you see developments come in and they've got houses. some of Rod Rock's developments I drove through today over there on 175th, I think if you had a broom handle, you could stick out the window and hit the other house. They've got them jammed in there so tightly. Nice homes, but they're really, really close. And the neat part about this is they're gonna try to maintain more of a neighborhood type look because of the size of the lots and those things. And I even wonder, like when you guys were talking earlier and asking questions about other air parks in the area, Childs developed pretty quick in that there was a lot of buyers and a lot of them built hangars and then later built homes. But it's because there's no place for anybody that has aircraft to keep airplanes. I called Harrisonville about 6 months ago, and there's about a 23 people waiting list for hangars down at Harrisonville. I called Lee Summit. You can get a hangar, but you got to put your plane in with everybody else's in a big hangar. So there's the possibility it could get damaged when they're moving it around. $450 a month. Johnson County, they don't have anything available right now and didn't know when they would. Actually, I've got a friend who the nearest airplane hangar he could find was Garnett, Kansas. So as you can see, what becomes the interesting part is that people that own airplanes want to be able to fly them, and you pretty much, the cost of these airplanes have to keep them inside. So that then in turn led to the development of the air park where they can share the cost of the runway and have a nice runway and then keep it inside themselves, where there's just not those kinds of things. There's so many small airports go away. One thing I wanted to mention on the Childs Air Park, it's been there since '88. When we take off on the north side, there's a high tension line that we climb out over the top of, and there's a horse farm below that. And we never had any issues. They moved in there after the air park was built. On the south side, it's open pasture, and there's pretty good sized cattle herd there, and we take off right over the top of them, and there's been no issues. I'm not aware, and I called two of the guys that live on the air park today just to double check and say, has there been any incidents that you know of, incidents or accidents since it opened? And they said not that anybody was aware of. It is a grass strip. So I think those kinds of things are important because one of the things about pilots is they work from checklist and they obey rules, because if you get turned in to the FAA and they find you in violation of an FAA rule, or in this case of Arrowhead's park rules, I mean, the FAA can pull your ticket. And it's not like you get your driver's license removed, you can't get it back. So it's very, very important for pilots to keep their licenses and maintain rules and regulations. That's one thing about them, they're really big on that. In terms of being concerned about airplane crashes or anything like that, all airplanes are required to have an annual, which means going through FAA Safe High checking rules and make sure everything's in good shape so we don't have aircraft operating that could possibly fail on takeoff or landing. And on looking at the diagrams that he gave in terms of the turnout taking off to the north, if I was flying, I would turn and go right down Kansas City Southern Railway line and to go north. But by the time you get there, you want to get to altitude as quick as you can. And so you're well above anything. There's no homes that you would fly over. To the north, there's one landowner you would fly over until you get to the Kansas City Southern Railway expressway up through there. To the south, if you take off to the south, there's one. In fact, we farmed it for about 12 years, a large tract of land there, a drying place that we fly over the top of, and there's one house there. So there's not any homes that, in case you'd have, worst case scenario, have to put an airplane down or something like that, there's plenty of areas to be able to do that. So that's not really an issue. It's a great place to have something like that. It would really be an interesting part in that part of the county to put in something like that, and it's going to be at no cost in terms of to the county. It's only going to bring money in. They're not asking for sewers, and they're obviously going to do a lot to improve the road system and those kinds of things. And the last thing I'll say is that watching all these areas develop over in here, it's like I would rather not see warehouses over there. They're great, and they have to be somewhere. You look at on the north side of town there, on the NSA thing, I read today that's a 10-year project they're building there between Holmes and 150. They're on 150 between Holmes and 71. And the number of cars and people that's going to bring in. And then you go, down almost halfway to Pecure is the warehouse districts. So we're kind of an underdeveloped side of the county, if you will. And so putting in something like this is going to be much like a Loch Lloyd development in terms of size of lots, cost on homes. It's kind of going to set the tone over there for some really nice areas to develop, I think it'll improve the land values pretty substantially. That's just my own watching the real estate over the years as I have. So,
Okay.
just wanted to present that, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Seba. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. So, my name is Angel. I'm not a pilot. I'm actually
And
afraid
your
of
last
heights.
name, Angel?
Angel Hagan. I live out on Y Highway. I've been in Cass County since 2017. We really enjoy it here. And I want to thank you for allowing us to speak up about this. I am excited about the air park. I think at the heart for me of this issue comes down to private property rights. We value our space, we value our freedoms and our ability to enjoy our land without unnecessary restrictions. And I think that's very important. That's what makes living here very special to me, because I have lived in places where that was not the case. So just like some of my neighbors really enjoy motorcycles, driving up and down the roads, they drive their ATVs up and down the roads, they park their RVs on their land, by their houses, right there where they can access them. They're mowing early in the morning, working with their tractors and equipment. That's all part of life, right? And that's part of a lot of people's lives. Well, not all of us own airplanes, and not all of us are hobby pilots. But there are some people who enjoy flying an airplane just like somebody enjoys getting out on a nice day and driving their Harley Davidson. And if these airplanes are actually quieter than a Harley Davidson, I don't think that we should negate their ability to enjoy their hobby and to be able to keep their airplane at home near their residence, rather than having to go somewhere else to access it. So I think, not to reiterate all the things that people have already said today, but there are a lot of benefits to this for Cass County. And I think that the folks with Arrowhead Air Park have addressed most, if not all, of the concerns that have been brought up about the various things, noise, density, the sewage, all of those things, and are really trying to work with the community to make this a nice community that is going to benefit all of us in Cass County due to, one, the revenue that's going to be generated from these multi-million-dollar houses that are going to be built in this subdivision. So similar to Loch Lloyd, how many people really want Loch Lloyd to go away? Nobody. Nobody would say, yeah, let Jackson County have Loch Lloyd, because I know that's been proposed. We don't want that. We want more community like Loch Lloyd coming out into Cass County, more development of community, which is what this is. And so I think that since the group has really gone above and beyond to address the concerns, this really should be something that we should look at approving for them and bringing in this community. So I want to welcome new neighbors to Cass County, and I think that if we're not welcoming these hobby pilots to our community, shame on us. I think that really reflects badly on us as an already community. If we say we don't want you here because you fly an airplane, although I'm going to keep doing all the things that I want to do on my property. So that's it. Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm going to head out because I have to go let my dogs out.
Thank you, Ms. Hagan.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir. Evening.
Hey there, Rick Walter. I don't have a lot to say, just a couple of points. So I'm a Cass County resident, live on the north end of the county. We spent a lot of time fighting a landfill here just recently, and fortunately we were able to fight that off, but also we paid, the county or the city paid a lot of money in order to do that. And I look at this kind of development very different. I look at it as an asset to the county. It's been mentioned the kind of tax revenue it's going to generate, the kind of people it's going to bring in. And I also, heard some others mention about other types of development that might happen, whether it's industrial warehouse, whether it's mixed use with high density housing, apartments, etc. And I just look at this as a way to really help develop the tax base without having a lot more extra traffic, cost, expense, things like that for the county. So I think this is a great opportunity for Cass County to really have a premier type of development that really there isn't a lot of in the area. But thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walter. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Keith Ebel, and I don't have a lot to say, but I wanted to
Sir,
maybe
speak
just
to
give
us.
you,
Speak to the board, please.
I just wanted to give you maybe a slice of a snapshot of a potential neighbor in Cass County. We have put a lot reservation down at Arrowhead Air Park. I've been a pilot since 1977, and I've been in the air since I was 19 years old when I enlisted in the Navy, and I became a submarine warfare technician, and I hunted submarines in helicopters off the back ends of destroyers for my term in the Navy. And during that time, I got my private pilot certificate, and I've been flying ever since. And my wife and I were born and raised in the greater Kansas City metro area. She originally from the Missouri side, Belton area. I'm originally from Overland Park area. And after exiting the Navy, went to engineering school at Kansas State, electrical engineering degree, became an avionics design engineer for King Radio in Olathe, Kansas, of which a lot of the guys from that lab that I worked in started Garmin. We had aviation systems, we have Rockwell, we have Honeywell, Bendix King, a lot of aerospace related companies in the greater Kansas City area. And when we got to the point where we were actually looking to move closer to our aircraft, for a long time we lived in Johnson County, and we had to hangar our aircraft at Lee Summit. And I think anybody that owned a classic car and wanted to drive it on a Friday night or on a Saturday morning would not enjoy the commute from Lenexa, Kansas to Lee Summit to get to that vehicle. So we ended up at an air park. We currently live at an air park at Table Rock Lake in southwest Missouri called the Peninsula. And it's an oasis of high-end, high tax base property at the Peninsula. And actually Table Rock Lake has 6 aviation communities west of Kimberling City. And anybody that's been to the Ozarks knows that it can be a very depressed, economically speaking, area. And you come through the gates of the Peninsula, and you have a lot of tax base there. All right? We have a home there, and we also have a hangar with an apartment in it. But we also have our kids and our grandkids here, 6 grandkids. Our daughter just gave us another one late in life. So we are looking to eventually move back to the metro area. And when we went looking for an air park or an aviation community, we were really surprised that an area like Kansas City, the greater Kansas City area, had really, it was an aviation community desert, if you will. So when Arrowhead Air Park came up on our radar, that was really exciting. And especially after getting to know the people that are putting this together, they've done a wonderful job. They have really worked hard to address above and beyond all of the things that they need to and the things that they probably didn't need to. They've gone the extra mile and done an excellent job of putting this together, we feel. So to close, we live right on the airstrip. Our house is right at the end of the approach and takeoff end. Many times when we operate a small business, so we still do, out of our home. And many times when takeoffs or landings occur, if we notice it at all, it's no more than if a garbage truck drove down the road or a dump truck drove down the road. It's just not a factor as far as noise is concerned.
So you'd find this Arrowhead Air Park, something you might investigate when you...
Absolutely. Like I said, we've put a lot reservation down.
Okay.
And we hope to come back to the greater Kansas City area and live with our aircraft and be a asset to the community and a good neighbor.
Very good. Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to?
One more.
You already signed in?
I already signed in.
Oh, you're ahead of
Same
me.
as 30
Good
seconds.
evening to you.
Yeah.
You are?
I'm Mark Navratil, and I had multiple points that unfortunately you won't have to listen to because they've already been made by the really good presentation here. But my wife and I are a lot reservation holder as well. We've lived in the Midwest for our married lives of almost 30 years now, partly in Iowa and partly here, and we've always wanted to live in a community like this, and there hasn't been one, so we're excited about this one. It seems like it's really well thought out. There's been a lot of planning put into it, and I've got friends I'm a pilot and an aerospace engineer, so I've got friends all over the country at 7 different air parks we were thinking about the other night and counting up the people that we know that live on air parks in other parts of the country. We just haven't had that opportunity in the Kansas City area. I've also got my name on a hangar wait list. Somebody brought that up. A lot of the wait lists for the area airports are years long. I think I've been in the Gardner Airport wait list now for 12 or 13 years over in Gardner, Kansas. New Century and Johns County Executive, usually just a few years on that list, but they also charge a lot more for those. So hangars are hard to get. And I had an airplane. I actually don't have it. I'm between airplanes right now. The one I had before I owned for 10 years. One of the things I found that it's just a lot of work to maintain an airplane that's in a separate place from your home. You got all your tools, your car, your garage, and everything. You end up going out to the airport, you forgot a tool, so you're going back and forth, and you never have everything that you need in the 2 different places. So it's really convenient if you can have that all co-located. Just one other anecdote I kind of wanted to add about as far as like air park life. Like I said, I've never lived on one, but I know a lot of people who do. And back in the 90s when I was in my 20s, I had never been to an air park before, and being an aviation enthusiast, I imagined them to be this place where there'd just be tons of airplanes taking off and landing until somebody invited me to come visit them on one on the north side of Dallas. And I drove through this quiet community, didn't see any airplanes at all, got to this guy's house, he showed me his home and his airplane in the hangar. And I spent a whole morning there, and after a few hours, I was like, man, does anybody ever fly around here? You know, and so he laughed, and so he's like, well, he's like, you know, pilots, he's like, we spend half our time talking about airplanes that anybody will listen to us, and the other half of our time tinkering with the airplane, or he had a 67 Plymouth or some cars. Well, it's like one of his toys, you know. And he was an airline pilot that was retired. So he's like, I don't need to fly every day. I've already seen clouds go by, and, you know, I don't need to watch the corn grow or whatever. So he uses it as a tool to go fly to see his grandkids or some other place on an occasional trip. And, you know, he said, he's like, most of the residents here fly about once every other week on average. That's just the demographic, ages 50, 60, 70s, like was mentioned before, a lot of retirees. If you're in an area like this, half the year you might be south for snowbird stuff. Summer you're off in your RV doing other things. So at any given time, even when the air park's fully built out, there's going to be a certain number of people that aren't there. There's going to be probably some pilots still living there. When they get to the point where they just decide it's time to give up flying, or they have a medical issue and they can't fly anymore, that doesn't mean you're going straight to assisted living. This is your home and your community. So when you got 93 lots or whatever, at some point you may have 15 or 20 of those don't even have an active pilot there anymore. And then you've got restoration projects and things like that going on too. So independent of what the jet law guy said, I was looking at that thinking, when it's all built out, you may have like 70 airplanes that actually have an active pilot and airplane at any given time. And in my experience, most private pilots, recreational pilots, fly about every other week. You put that into the calculator and you get about 5 flights a day. I came up with the same number totally independently. I don't know what your numbers were based on, but that's how I figured it. So anyway, just for whatever it's worth, I work over at New Century Air Center, over 100 airplanes a day, in and out of there. And it's not just that the volume of the traffic is way more, but it's the kinds of airplanes you have. We get business jets, helicopters, flight training, maintenance, fuel stops, rentals, all that kind of stuff coming and going. And from my office, which is about 300 feet from the end of the busiest runway, I don't hear the small planes at all, like ever. What I hear is the jets and the helicopters. The same helicopters that we were talking about that fly in to train over here, the Chinooks, they're right next door to me. Those things come through the building and make a pretty big noise signature along with the jets. But all that stuff that I just mentioned, you don't have any of that at an air park. So what you're left with is just recreational flying on a fairly infrequent basis. Anyway, that's all I wanted to share. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, yes, sir.
I had this really elaborate speech written, but
Evening to you.
my name is Stephen Smith.
What's the last name? I'm sorry.
Smith.
Smith, okay.
Stephen Smith.
Thank you.
Not that anybody cares, but I'm a veterinarian. I've been a veterinarian for 46 years. That has no basis for this. But I just wanted to say that, in my life experience, the thing that people seem to fear most is change. And I've kind of embraced that as I've gotten older, because even though at first I was resistant, what I saw happen was things got better. Now, in my personal life, I moved to Cass County 31 years ago because I wanted to get out of the city. And once I did that, I had some acreage and everything was great. But as time went on and I got older and the city kept growing out, other things started to happen. Convenience became closer. Roads were greatly improved. We had access to a hospital that wasn't there before. And over time, I've just found that this has been a really positive thing for me. And anymore, I don't resist the change, but embrace the change and realize that people have to go somewhere to live, and we can't just block the road. So So basically, that's all I wanted to say, that I've embraced the change. It's been very good for me. My real estate value has just gone way up, and it's all positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
I just wanted to, my name is Joe Hendrickson. I just wanted to talk a little bit about from the rancher's point of view, and also I am a certified arborist and I manage trees for a living, so when we look at this development, we think about how and the reason, let me go back a second, is that when I...
Sir?
Yes.
Please address us.
I'm sorry. When I first learned about the development, and then I went to the last meeting that they had, it was a public area, I learned about how well they're actually developing the area. I've seen a lot of developments in my days, and with the trees and stuff, and then all this property, you're gonna see a lot more trees planted because all these developments, so we're gonna have a lot more green space than we had, which no one's really talked about. From a rancher's point of view, my family, we've owned a 300-acre ranch at 223rd and State Line. We raising quarter horses, had over 100 head of cattle. The only problem, we never had any problems with airplanes. It was more air balloons, because air balloons, as they come across, then they hit the gas and it scares them, right? But airplanes have a constant sound just like a dump truck or anything else, or a motorcycle. It doesn't really affect animals very much. I just think that the development is good for the community. It's absolutely what they've done to spend the money on to manage this thing and properly present it is amazing, and that's just all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing it with us, Mr. Henderson. Nick, okay?
Hello, my name is Mark Edwards, and I've been flying for about 30 years now. And for the last 10 years, I've known Craig and flown with him. And the presentation that I saw earlier was the first time I've seen this presentation. And I'll have to tell you that it doesn't surprise me, the attention to detail that I saw in the drawings, and in the engineering studies, and the real estate studies that we've got so far. In my experience, I've had the opportunity to land and visit dozens of these air parks: Florida, Texas, California, Table Rock Lake, down at Beaver Lake. And each of these communities have always impressed me by the meticulous way that they kept their properties, the upscale type of homes, and just the general community that I always saw when I went into these things. Man, that really clicked with me that that's on my bucket list. I want to live someplace like that in the future, and I plan on doing that. What I've seen in the presentation is very realistic. The pictures you saw of the homes, these are park-like settings. These are really nice areas. I mean, they're quiet. They're like I said, a park. You get a sense of calm. It's not the constant buzz you hear at Johnson County or any of the other airports. This is something that's a lot more sedate. So with that said, it really impresses me to the degree of which they've gone through and explained this. It's on my bucket list to do that someday in the future, to be in a community like this, and this one's, I've got my eye on it, really close right now. I live a little further to the east, but maybe in the near future I'll be able to get to that point where I can come into it. So with that said, the other side of it is I realize the responsibility you all have as board members to listen to the public, address the concerns, because everybody's got their concerns, everybody's got their worries, but the most important part about it is communicate the facts and be aware of the rumors, innuendos, and other things that might come about with change, like the gentleman said before me. So in also looking at the numbers that I saw up here, I'm very familiar with that. I am the Western Commissioner in Pettis County, and I see these numbers day in and day out. And I look at these tax numbers you're looking at right now, and you see some of the other infrastructure things. I see those on a daily basis, but I also understand the responsibility that you have and the responsibility of the neighbors to make sure they perform and hold on to the integrity of their neighborhoods. And you do what's right for your growth and the protection of the community, of which maybe in the future, if things work right, I'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. All right, anyone else like to speak for the application? Okay, anyone here like to speak against the application or have concerns? I guess him. There you go.
Give me a moment.
All right, all right. I suppose you're gonna be an organized presenter.
I am.
So we're,
So, first of all, for the board to see,
first of all, who are you?
my name is Peter Halber.
Peter? Okay.
This is a map that represents the real impact area of a runway. Now, before I get into too much detail, I do have a couple of clarifications here. Number one, were the updates they presented put on the Cass County website for the public to review?
They were not.
They were not. So we have not had the requisite opportunity to see what they had put out there and respond.
Once the application and all that is put on the website, we're unable to update it.
Okay.
That's the reason why it wasn't on there.
Okay. Secondly, just for the record, I would like to point out that the application before us is the runway. Mr. Wilcox talked for half an hour almost exclusively about the subdivision. I'm gonna try to keep it separate, right?
That's
So-
the game plan. That's why I said that when we started over again.
Understood. So, first thing I'd like to hand out to the board here is this is an email from the application from the FAA, and I've highlighted the relevant points. So I'm gonna start with the recommendation that they follow the standards identified in the FAA's Advisory Circular on Airport Design. And I pulled out of that a key section here. So about 20 pages, and I'll get to you don't need to look at all 20, I'm gonna talk about the relevant parts. But I've got some extract from that circular related to runway safety. And I have some for the applicants as well, because you didn't talk about this in your presentation. So if you need this, let me know. So, the FAA recommends an area surrounding the runway called a runway safety area. And they have some areas at the end of the runways that are supposed to be obstacle and obstruction free. They do this to minimize runway incursions. Now, a runway incursion is not just an animal or car or person getting onto the runway. It also has to do with airplanes running long on takeoff, falling short on landing, or veering off to the side. It creates a safety buffer that allows anything that happens in there to not be catastrophic, okay? So, I went ahead and used the FAA's tool to calculate what a runway safety area should look like for this particular area. And automatically you can see there's some issues with it. Their runway safety area runs nearly 200 feet into neighboring properties. To the north, it's a farmland. To the south, it hits 203rd and then carries on almost into the intersection of 203rd and Prospect. And in this same email that I handed out to you, it mentions specifically public roads are obstructions. So right out of the gate, you have a violation of runway safety with an immovable object. The other problem with it running into other people's property is the FAA would prefer that you own or control the property because you have to maintain it. You have to keep it free of those obstacles. And why does this zone matter? Again, it's safety. So they minimize the safety impacts, right? They can't find too many. I found some. 4 accidents at Johnson County Executive Airport in 4 years, from 2019 to 2022. 3 on takeoff, 1 on landing. 3 of them were more or less contained within that runway safety area, so they didn't impact other structures. But 2 of them were fatal. And this is an FAA authorized airport that follows all the safety standards. So imagine what's going to happen with one that doesn't follow safety. So why are they so intent on a 3,000-foot runway? And why did they ignore the runway safety area? It doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit on this property. Now, not the expert, like the jet law guy, but I did research and look into a lot of other air parks. Those that are similar with 3,000 foot or longer runways who have this number of homes, they're sitting on 300 acres or more. This doesn't work. They pointed out some examples. I'd like to point out Piney Creek. This is an air park in Tennessee. A lot of homes, spaces on there, and a 3,000-foot paved runway. That's the dark line in the middle. You'll notice they encompass a runway safety area entirely in their property. In fact, most of them do. I think it's also important to point out, and it's also mentioned in that first email, that the FAA doesn't approve or authorize or inspect or certify anything on the ground. They're focused on the airspace. And nor do they grant any exemptions, modifications, or exceptions, right? The FAA defers to you to look at those. But they have given you a blueprint to follow with that FAA circular. The fact is, they're ignoring safety, despite what they say. They're ignoring a critical safety feature. The FAA would never approve this runway, and neither should you. In fact, I think this alone is enough to disqualify this application. Let's talk about value now. Switch gears a little bit. You've heard a lot of people talk about how they think it's going to improve the area. A lot of times they're conflating the housing and the runway. I'm going to separate it out. So let's look at the runway in isolation, right? I see only 2 arguments they can make about how a runway adds value. One, they think it's going to enable higher home prices. The fact is, there are already quality homes in the $500,000 to $1 million plus range being developed in the area, and they don't need a runway. Just look at Prospect, south of 215th, or Y, north of 215th. A lot of quality development. All the nonsense they tried to put in there that an alternative would be a rendering plant or windmills. No, the alternative is other quality rural residential homes. You can get the revenue increase without the risk of a runway. In fact, I actually think the runway is a flaw, not a feature. One, it narrows the scope of who's going to be interested in these homes. And again, if you look at all the air parks around the country, there's a major theme that comes up. They're rural or remote, where flying in is the best option to get there. Or, as you heard, they're around resident or recreational kind of areas, like Lake of the Ozark has a bunch of them. Those are the features that draw people there. This doesn't have that. Their only offer is a place for to park their plane, hangars. That's all they're offering as far as selling. So I think they're going to struggle to sell out. And I think they're going to want to modify what kind of planes they allow in order to drive sales. The next thing is, they claim you're gonna get a lot of revenue from personal property tax on planes. You're not. Completely overlooks how personal property taxes are collected. First of all, I'm gonna argue that for the hangar apartments, families aren't gonna live there. That's just not reality. There'll be second homes for people, or they'll be owned by companies. So, this is how personal property tax is collected by Missouri. Personal property tax is paid to the county where the airplane is hangared, if owned by a corporation, or in the county where the owner resides if owned by an individual. If I'm a company and I do business in Kansas City, I can buy a hangar, I keep my plane residing with me out of state, wherever that is, Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, wherever. I fly in to do business, the pilot can hang out in the apartment, business is done, we fly out. You won't see a dime of personal property tax on that plane. Mr. Wilcox, if he keeps a hangar apartment for himself and continues to live in Clay County gets the personal property tax, not Cass County. The runway by itself doesn't add any significant revenue to the county, but it does pose a lot of risk. People move to a rural residential area to have land for animals, space to raise a family, but first and foremost is peace and quiet. So saying that a runway decreases property values for all of these folks here is not some theoretical statement. The perception of a runway is noise, nuisance, and danger. Perception is reality, especially in this case. If this runway is approved before a single flight even happens, the harm will be done because the perception will be noise, nuisance, and danger. And that will impact the interest in people moving to a rural residential area. It'll impact developers wanting to put in new rural residential developments. And there's really no way to mitigate around it, as much as they have their manipulated noise and they use the safest, newest aircraft in their modeling. The fact is, the perception is there. The runway will cause harm to the county. I also don't think the board wants to tell all of these people who moved out here that their dream of peace and quiet is dead so some developer can realize his dream. And this decision, as mentioned, is on you. There's no federal, state, or local agency that takes jurisdiction. There's no codes or zoning or other regulations that can come into play to fix any of these problems. So this is a big decision, and it has huge ramifications. But it's not a hard decision. It's actually pretty easy. For all their presentations and slides and everything, there's a lot of stuff that they left out. A lot of stuff that they didn't do, which you'll be hearing about. A lot of stuff that they've said that I believe is misleading. So the essence of their application is trust us, it's going to be okay, trust us. Well, trust me, this is going to be a disaster for the county if it's approved. So to me, the decision comes down to this. Is their hobby more important than our quality of life? Is their opportunity to make a buck more important than our decreased property values? Is their 3,000-foot runway more important than our safety and our environment? deny this application.
And where do you live?
I live in Clover Hills, approximately a mile south of the proposed development. And despite their commentary, I hear planes at 5,000 feet from state line. I hear them down around Cleveland, in my house, over normal household noises. They're aviation enthusiasts. They've tuned it out. The noise is there, it's real, and we're not starting from zero. There are a lot of other planes that also transit the area. Are there any other questions from the board?
I don't have any for you. Thank you. You can go wherever you want. By show of hands, how many folks want to speak this evening? Well, we just took 35 minutes of your all's time. So it's unfortunate, but I'm going to have to ask if we can keep them at about 4 to 5 minutes. And so we can get a chance for people to say what they want to say. Also, if you remember, we get to talk about things twice. We're not going to listen to them a third time. So maybe that'll help some of you folks. But I want to get this thing listened to because we still have another one to go through tonight. And in fairness to both sides of this application, we need to do that. So let's see. You got somebody? Okay. Have you signed in yet? Okay.
Can I take this down? Is he done?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Here, I don't want to co-host this. Pinholes in the back here.
Yeah, be careful that back side now.
It's a web, yeah. I did that.
We're surprised the sheriff's lives.
Yeah, really. Evening, sir.
Evening, how are you?
Good. You are?
Dr. Keith Rock.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Keith Crop, K-R.
Keith Rock. I've got a couple of things that I want to show here. So to keep it down to 5 minutes, as you requested, I will try to shorten my speech as much as possible. And I'll turn this way so you guys can sort of see it. So I'm a scientist. I've been a scientist for 39 years. And the one thing that, as we work in the lab, we always want to look at writing, reviewing, and executing SOPs. SOP is just a standard operating procedure. So what I wanted to do when I reviewed this application was to look at their SOPs or their procedures to see if it makes sense and if I can find flaws in it. So I'll start out with this. You guys have seen this on Craig Wilcox's slide. This is MU-46, which is the air park. If you go to the Airport Information Data Portal, which is a website for the FAA, you can type in MU-46 and this picture comes up. I blew it up so we can see a little bit more of the area around. If you click on this red icon from that website, it brings up the airport master record, and that's in your application, or in my handouts that I gave you. It's the second page, if you look at that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So in there, you can see what was listed and how the airport was activated. And you've already heard Mr. Wilcox saying that the FAA said that they've done some bad things about that, and we can talk about that in a moment. But on there, you can see that the airport information in terms of orientation and length of the runway is listed there. And when you look at that, you can see that the runway is listed at 3,200 feet, and it's listed in a certain orientation. If you actually look at the application and compare what Mr. Wilcox is saying in the application about airport orientation, it's slightly different. So the next page shows you that difference. There's about a 6-degree difference in terms of the runway,
Sir, hang on.
runway orientation.
I've got to close the door. I can't.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Okay.
And so when I looked at that, I said, why is that going on? If the airport's already been activated and he's trying to change the runway orientation, he's going to have to update that airport master record. Now, I believe what happened there, if you read through the application, he says that when he was doing some discussions at Odin's Barbecue, some of the folks there complained about the airplanes flying over Spring Lake, which Spring Lake is right here just off of the airport, right? So I think they made the change to accommodate that. And when I was looking at that, that's where I came up with the problem of airport registration. So the next page kind of shows you a reduced version of what the procedure should be to register an airport. So I have basically 7 steps in the left column, and then I have dates of when documents were signed. And if you look at that, 2 questions come up immediately. First one is, how did he get this MU-46 assigned when MU-46, according to the FAA, is a location ID, and that airport should be fully operational? And he did that without building an airpark, or even building the runway. The second question that comes up is, how did he get this airpark assigned that number when he didn't even buy the land yet? And all that information is there. If you want to see the documents, I have them. You can take a look at them. Now, he did say that John Karzik, or whatever the guy's name is from the FAA, took blame for that. But if you look at the airport master record that's actually in the application that you guys have, Mr. Wilcox signed that application on 1/6/2022. So to sign that application, if you look at the procedure, means that he's turning in that record to the government, and then the government is going to review that record and then approve it, activate the airpark, and assign this location ID. So the story that John gave doesn't really hold up. But anyways, we'll go on. The other procedure that I wanted to look at was orientation of this runway. I don't see any information in the application for any wind data or anything of that sort. So what I did is try to ask myself, what is the prevailing winds? Because normally when you orient a runway, you orient it such that it's facing the prevailing winds, so that when the planes take off or land, they're landing into the wind or taking off into the wind. It gives the plane more lift as they're taking off, and it helps cause drag to slow them down as they're coming into landing. And so, since I didn't see any data, I said, where can I get some information on wind data? I live right there, so just north of the runway, and I lived there since 2008. In my opinion, the wind is always blowing from the south or the southwest, right? But I can't tell somebody, let's build your airport or build your runway based upon my gut feelings. You have to have data. So where you get the data from is something called a windrose diagram. And the next page kind of shows you what the windrose diagram looks like. I actually took that off the USDA's website. And what it shows is a graphical representation of the direction that the wind is blowing. And if you look at that representation, the wind is blowing from the south. And that windrose diagram came from Kansas City. So on the USDA's website, they have most of the major cities in the U.S. with windrose diagrams. You can take a look and see any city in the U.S., which way the wind's blowing predominantly. And so if you look at that data, you would say for Kansas City, the airport or the runway should be oriented north-south. I went ahead and said, okay, what about other things going on in the Kansas City area? So I looked at all of the other airports. You can see them listed there on the table. And I also listed on there the runway numbering and a graphical representation of which way the runways are oriented. And if you look at them, almost all of them are oriented north to south. There are some auxiliary runways on those airports. They're oriented in a different way, but you can basically see 2 of those runways, Robinson's Airport here and the proposed runway here, are oriented in a different direction. Now, if you assume that all of the public airports did the windrose diagram, then this runway should be oriented north-south. If you look here, you'd have to assume that if Robinson's Airport, when it was built, if they did a wind rose diagram, they're saying the wind maybe down in this area of the Kansas City area is blowing in this direction. So from sort of southwest to northeast. This is completely opposite. And you wouldn't expect the wind to change directions from here to there, which is only a mile away. So if you look at that and you ask the question, should Arrowhead Air Park have that runway pointed north-south? I would say probably yes, but it's not going to fit in the space that he has. Should he orient it this way according to what Robinson did? You could say yes, you could probably do that. It won't be the same orientation, but close. The problem comes in down here in the corner, which he talked about a little bit. There's the water tower. And up here, as the airplanes come into this area, they're running into the traffic pattern of this. So the FAA wouldn't allow that. So he wouldn't be allowed to do that. So it looks to me like what he's trying to do is just force this runway into this area. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's actually probably a bad thing if you look at wind direction and crosswinds. So if the winds are blowing this way and the plane's trying to take off, he's going to catch some crosswinds in that. And the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, did a study and they looked at 19 years worth of data. And they said these small aircrafts, over that period of time, there was 2,800 accidents, all caused by wind. Most of them were during landings. A little less than half were caused by takeoffs, or caused during the takeoff aspect of it. So he's orienting this, I believe, in the wrong direction, which would lead to some issues with safety. So that's going to be a problem. The final thing I want to cover real quickly is flight operations. Now, in the thing that I show you there, there's a diagram of a plane that is doing basically circles in the air. So if you look at that, go back a page, right there. That was given to me by someone in the neighborhood. They were complaining about this airplane circling around their house. They said, what's going on? This is getting to be annoying. And I've been filing a lot of complaints with the FAA to try to stop some of this from happening. Ever since they made the announcement that they were going to put this air park in, we've had to deal with airplanes, I'm going to call them nuisances. Okay, so if you look at that track, you can see that the track actually comes over the air park. And so what's going on there is someone is doing takeoff and landings. Now, they can't actually take off and land because this is just a grass field, but they're practicing takeoff and landings. And if you zoom in further down, you can see exactly what they're doing. 7 passes over this area, took almost an hour, annoying a lot of the neighbors in the area. And if you look on the information that I gave you there, it's the airport, or the aircraft's registration numbers N222BC. With that
Are
information.
you telling me that is that a single plane event?
Yes.
And you're telling me that that single plane caused you to file a complaint with the FAA? That transaction?
Not that one. I didn't.
But it upset you, it
upset
upset the neighborhood?
Yes.
That single plane?
Yes.
For God's sakes.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. I interrupt you. Go ahead.
No,
You got a
that's
minute.
fine. That's fine.
Okay.
So, if you look up that registration number to see who is flying the plane, you can't do that. The registration number only gives you the owner of the plane. And who is the owner of that plane flying around? Mr. Wilcox. So why is he doing that? I don't know. But he's annoying a lot of us in the area. If you flip to the next page, you can see exactly how he's flying around in there. And I put arrows in that so you can see whether he's landing or taking off in his flight patterns. And the things I wanted to point out there is if you look at the procedures that he has in the application and the procedures that he's doing there, they don't match. So he's got to either change those procedures or do something with the procedures so he can take into account the variation in the flights. So just as an example, if you look at him taking off from the, let's go this one here on the,
You got 30 seconds.
okay, on the right-hand side, he'll make the turn to go 240 degrees. But he says if you can't do that because of wind or because of airport or aircraft performance, you have to go straight. And what he's doing there, I think, is compensating for the crosswinds. The one final thing I want to do is on the next page, if I got a few minutes. I was standing out in the field between my house, right there, you can start right there, between my house and Peggy's house. And I'm working on the fence. Her horses are out in her horse field, which is basically right here. I'm standing right there. And this plane flies by. I estimated him to be 200 or 500 feet above the ground or something close to that. I took this picture. This one I did complain to the FAA about, say, what's going on here? Based upon the track information on the next page, you can see for FlightAware, he's flying at 1,300 feet elevation. That, if you subtract, 1,300 feet altitude, if you subtract the elevation of 1,100 feet, he's actually 200 feet off the ground. He's flying by me at 200 feet. He scared the horses, they run back to the barn. I was able to get this picture. I filed a complaint with the FAA. They looked at this data and said, we agree with you. The traffic data, air traffic data, matches. He's at 1,300 feet here. And further down, if you look, you can see he comes off the app. He's at 1,200 feet. So that means he's 100 feet off the ground as he's flying over his air park and then over the buffalo farm. Is he scaring the animals in the buffalo farm? I have no idea. I can't see that far. But this is somewhat annoying when you have a plane flying by at 200 feet. He's going about 60 knots, 54 knots or something.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah. So in my mind, if this is the kind of neighbors that we have, we don't want them. Have them go find some other neighborhood to live in.
Okay, yeah.
See the slides?
Probably not.
My name's Alec Francis, and I live about a mile north of the proposed runway, whatever you want to call this. Subdivision, maybe, but he's opened the door so we can talk about it a little bit.
About what? The
His
subdivision?
Yeah, I'd like to see the list here.
Well, we're going to, we're
I
we're
know.
gonna talk
First of
about
all-
application 3142, which is the runway.
Mhm.
Okay?
The runway, the water that's gonna come off that runway, it's gonna overwhelm their septic system. Once they flatten out this property here, and, because they're gonna have to flatten it out, that's the way airports work. And, this'll be a little draw going down to the creek, this'll be another draw. This property with the runway will carry over 4 million gallons of water on a 1-inch rain. So now you're gonna put that into our systems, into the creeks. What's it doing to the groundwater? The airport, they've got to start doing some grading. They haven't put up any silt fences around this property at all. We've got silt running off. So basically, the runway, as I've understand it, this area down here is to protect the house on the corner.
Please address us.
Is to protect the house on the corner. And I believe when they come coasting in or taking off, they're gonna be within 200 feet of that house. And I have had a gentleman fly over my house and circle, and I believe it was Mr. Wilcox, if I got the numbers right on the plane. And he went over 4 times, and the last time he came down at tree level. So, Mr. Wilcox doesn't tell you everything up front. This is, like you said, a conceptual idea. And our system out there, the water, the creeks, cannot handle 4 million gallons of water coming off at one time. And what they're doing to the south of this property has not been approved by DNR or by the Corps of Engineers. Has DNR even given you a permit for this? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
so I already have a lot of paper.
Thank you.
It's just a little extra.
Yeah, thank you.
May I stand at the podium so I can go through my papers? Don't have to.
What do you,
Just start to lay them down.
yeah, you can settle on there.
All right, thank you. My name is Charles Hayes. I
Charles
live
Hayes.
less than a mile, I think, from the proposed airport on the north-hand side. I'm not a professional.
North side?
North, yes, sir, on 195th Street.
Okay.
I'm not a professional speaker or anything like that, so bear with me.
You're doing fine.
Do the best I can. I'll go through it quickly.
You just have to speak loud enough so the folks can hear you.
Okay, sorry if you can't hear me. Heckle me a little bit, and I'll be
They'll
louder.
let us know.
Yeah. I went through the application and some of the things that were presented at the High Blue Wellness Center meeting. And I've tried to highlight some things that concern me or that I think are too loose in the application that allow too much wiggle room or interpretation. Start with the estimates of average use. I know they've talked about 10 operations per day, but according to, if you go to document A, according to that document that was given out at the High Blue Wellness Center, they estimate, and this was put together by JetLaw, the estimated number of operations per aircraft at Arrowhead Air Park is 33 operations per year per aircraft. So at 90, I multiplied everything by 96 instead of 93. I just had the number wrong, so it'll be slightly lower than this. With 96 aircraft, that's 6,336 operations per year, or an average of 17 per day. There will likely be much more than the average activity on warmer months and things, because I don't know how much they're gonna fly on an icy day in February, but a Saturday or Sunday in June, I bet there's more than 17. And right now in our area, we have 0.
So you got some concern with the number of flights per day?
Yes,
in
sir.
your calculations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
The radius of effect, the initial mail was sent out to property owners within 1,000 feet. And then the invitation to High Blue Wellness Center was sent out to residents within 3,000 feet. Based on the landing pattern, if you look at page C, just very quickly, page C number 2, there's a statement in the top paragraph. The minimum final approach leg length is 1 nautical mile, but a standard box pattern may be flown. Item B here in the red, that represents the standard box pattern to the southwest that is noted elsewhere in the application. The distance between the middle of the runway, not property edge, but the middle of the runway to the far leg of that pattern is roughly 7,900 feet. So I don't think 3,000 feet or 1,000 feet, I know that's what's required by the county, but this is kind of an exceptional request, so they may have to notify people in a farther range. At 7,920 feet, they're gonna turn, they're gonna make a maneuver at 700 feet right over that. That's the plan. They'll probably use these houses as landmarks to know when to turn. Same thing on the other end, the yellow box. If someone that's not familiar, for whatever reason, if they do a pattern to the northeast, which they're not supposed to do, but it's still a pattern, it's the same length, it'll fly not only over the octagon, but a lot more houses, including mine. All right.
How would you summarize that concern? I know you have it, I just want, how can I summarize that? Because I'm gonna ask them.
Which concern? The flying over my house or the 7,900 feet?
That's right here.
Well, the flying over my house is a concern, and the application says they're not supposed to do it.
All right, I'll leave it at that.
Okay?
Okay.
The 7,920 feet, I guess, is a separate concern
Okay.
with them doing maneuvers at 700 feet over a house.
Okay.
The next thing, on page C, it says no flight training school. One of the gentlemen mentioned they like to mentor young people. And somebody else used the exact words, like your own driveway. Does this mean no student pilots whatsoever, no flight training school? If they're mentoring someone, can they allow them to take off and land with supervision, take off and land from that runway?
You wanna know what they mean?
Yeah. The gentleman before like my own driveway, I taught my kids how to drive in the driveway. So if I'm a parent and I live at this air park and my kid's old enough to fly, am I gonna let him fly?
We'll have them fully define that for you.
Okay, and then if so, how are we gonna know?
Well, they have SUP that they have to keep in mind. That's what we manage it by.
Okay, residency requirements. If you go to D, I'm sorry about all this paper, I did the best I could. To D,
You have 2 minutes.
um,
You're doing good.
I don't know if I can wrap it up in 2 minutes. Residency requirements, especially for these residential hangar lots where there's just a little house or a little living quarter connected to it. If they don't live there, this becomes airplane storage, not a residence. Online training. They said it's gonna be online. Is that gonna be any more than a list of rules and regulations and then a checkbox at the bottom of the screen that says, I agree to all this stuff? Noise sensitive zones. They had a meeting at Odin's, which I didn't attend. It looked like the only thing that came out of the meeting was a restriction not to fly over the lake there, whose name I forgot now. Spring Lake, thank you. I would like to know, originally they decided to do that. There's actually language in the letter that says they intend to, if you go to page F1, for straight-in approaches to the east, southeast, if we agree to cross the small lake to the west, Spring Lake. But then that changed, and there's actual language in caps in document C. It says, do not overfly the home in Small Lake, 1.5 mile northwest. And then again in landing, do not overfly the home. So why was that changed at the meeting at Odin's? And then how can the rest of the neighborhood, the people that live close like me, how can we get the same consideration? Also, one of the previous gentlemen said that when they build the houses at the air park, they're taking steps to soundproof them, to keep the noise down. That doesn't help me. 30 seconds. All right, sum it up. Most people that have talked in favor of this have a financial interest in this. We've heard from a realtor. We've heard from other people. There will be plenty of jobs initially. Builders, contractors, all kinds of stuff. But those jobs are temporary. It took every financial asset I had and a lot of sacrifice to buy my little house in the country where I can hear horses across the street. I can see stars at night. The helicopters that do fly over are so rare, they're a novelty. My kids sometimes go out and watch them. If there's 17 flights a day, that's no longer a novelty, that's a nuisance.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hello.
Well, hi, my name is Janice Ramirez.
Good to
Call
see
me
you again.
Jan.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, you remember me. I have just a few things. I am concerned that they've changed a couple of things on their requirements and restrictions. One was the number of engines on a plane. They said they're going to be having electric planes come in with more engines. Bothers me a little bit in view of the Tesla incidents, you know, lithium battery electric engines. That's a concern, number one. And that is also a safety issue. I see that they're trying to address that in this application, but I don't see who is monitoring them and what do they do in an emergency? How do they require people to obey those restrictions? And
Which restrictions?
Well, there's restrictions that they were putting on it was they could have one guest.
Oh,
They
I
could
see.
have,
Okay, I see what you're saying.
no cargo, things like that. That was on their restrictions.
Who's
And
monitoring the restrictions?
Who's monitoring them and who do we call when they have violated them? In other words, they also put on and changed from last year when I was here, in March, I think it was last year, your first meeting. They mentioned that they wouldn't fly past 10 o'clock at night, and then they they'd start up at 7 a.m. in the morning, so you had a whole full night of sleep or whatever you do. And now he's changed that to only 5 hours of sleep, 12 midnight to 5 a.m. That's not very long for me to sleep. I sleep a lot, but I also go out at night and take care of my little horse. And I have seen a lot more aircraft in the area. I live at 183rd and Prospect North, so I'm not one that's right by that, but I see a lot of aircraft coming over now. And one night I'm out there and I look at the stars, it's so pretty. Here comes something flying very slow and slowed down and then finally went off, so I didn't know what that was. I couldn't hear it that well. So, what the heck was that?
You think it was a plane?
I did at first, and then I thought, that's an awful big drone. But anyway.
All right, you're the third person that has seen a plane flying over this project. No more planes being seen.
Plane or drone, I don't know, but I was out a
We're
little bit
we're
late.
one drone now.
A little bit late. Because I go out at all times of night and watch my horse. Anyway, so, but the other thing is, they really, I can just see stars in people's eyes when all of the money comes up, okay. I have another idea instead of airplanes, because to me, what they're doing is making a Loch Lloyd is beautiful. I can go with another Loch Lloyd. I know they've already bought the property, so they're not going to do this. But there's other things that can be done to earn money for our county. And I don't think our county's poor yet, but let me tell you, Cass County is a very desirable place to live. Nobody wants Jackson County. Nobody. Cass
You have a
is
minute?
located
We
beautifully.
have a minute.
Our quality of life here requires we plan. So if you want to have that kind of a community down there on that 150 acres, I suggest you make the owners have horses and they can build a great, this is being done in the East and in Ohio a lot.
30 seconds.
Okay? 40 seconds to tell you that I think that there are a lot of other opportunities out there to make money for the county besides a dangerous air park. An airplane is a danger and risk, and we have a lot of wildlife, lots of flying birds. So don't tell me, if they haven't had very many accidents, my last 2 seconds is, as a risk manager, you're looking at a pretty high risk coming up. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. It'll be tomorrow. We're not gonna be done till tomorrow. I don't know how to shorten this thing up.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Hi there.
Hello, how are you?
Good to see
More
you.
reading, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Here's our big map.
Somebody took it. Be careful the pins.
Yeah, that's mine. Crap.
Okay. Hello, good evening. Thanks for bearing with us. My name is Rochelle Worrell. I live at 1009 East 195th Street. I live right here. I'm approximately, my house is about 2,500 feet from the end of the runway. Too close. Until about a year ago, we actually owned, my family, this was purchased by my parents in about 1992, this entire property. So Spring Lake was our lake, 750-foot dam, built by the WPA in the 30s. So this lake, according to what my mom always said, and she kind of knew everything, is spring-fed from something underneath the airport property. Sometimes developments do indeed destroy springs. This lake is one of the few lakes that's so big that doesn't freeze over all the way in the winter, so it becomes an important habitat for migratory birds. So my husband and I heard about this airport early 2022, and we thought, gosh, that doesn't sound very safe. Sometimes we would wake up in the morning and there'd be over 1,000 migratory geese on the lake. Here's a photo, and there's lakes there's photos at the end of that report, but the lake would be covered with birds. And so, at the time, these gentlemen were trying to incorporate into a village. We didn't have any data, there was no information, and we thought, gosh, how do we have the 1,100 feet from the end of the runway? That's awfully close for this lake and all of the birds, because birds and planes don't go very well together. So my husband and I are both retired attorneys. My sister also co-owns the property, also a retired attorney. We got together and we thought, well, we researched it. We need a qualified airport wildlife biologist. So that report that you have was done by Dr. Russ DeFusco. Dr. DeFusco is a qualified airport wildlife biologist. That is the designation you need to say whether or not something is indeed a wildlife hazard. So we hired Mr. DeFusco. Now normally, if an airport has government funding, they're following FAA guidelines because they have to. And so they would have done a year-long study probably with a qualified airport wildlife biologist. So we have Dr. DeFusco come to the property. He's there for a few days, does a lot of research. And by the way, Dr. DeFusco was a military pilot. He hit a bird, crashed. It ended his flying career. That's why he became the biologist. And he actually wrote the law for the FAA on wildlife hazards. So this report is not about protecting the birds. It's about protecting the planes and those of us on the ground. And he said, wow, this Spring Lake is a wildlife hazard. You can't be within 5,000 feet of the end of a runway. And you're not the only one. The Drylings, so many pins, it's hard for me to find now. The Drylings, I believe, are right here. They have a large lake pond. They're within 4,500 feet of the other end of the runway. No, it's right there. There it is. That's the Drylings. Too close. And it's, so a lot of the birds, they fly back and forth between the different lakes and ponds. And this area is flush with bodies of water. It is not a great area for aviation. It's a safety risk. And so we got Dr. DeFusco's report and we thought, gosh, isn't it great? These gentlemen haven't closed on the property. Won't they want to know it's not safe? So what did they do? We sent them the report. They closed on the property. They are risk takers. So also in Dr. DeFusco's report, and he talks about it starting on page 5. I failed to mark that one. He's talking about the altitude of planes coming in over certain homes. At the time, this was my home. 14 CFR defines how you compute how high is a plane going to be above a certain object. The planes would have been 50 to 200 feet above my roof. That's not just my roof. The Walkers, the lovely young couple that scrimped and saved to buy this home for their family, they will be greatly affected by this project. Every plane will be a few hundred feet from their front door. And then the Drylings, same thing with wherever they went, the Drylings, also very low, less than 500 feet above their roof. It's not safe. So Dr. DeFusco talks in his report, and these are the places I marked. The first tab is the blue tab. I'm going to quote. This is important. It's important to all of us. State aviation departments and local zoning board ordinances in almost all cases simply defer to the FAA and follow their guidance as the established experts in aviation safety. Variances from FAA guidelines may result in liability issues that the state and local commissions, that's you, generally find unacceptable. This is a liability issue for you. I don't want the county to be sued because the taxpayers, we end up picking up the bill. Also, please, if you read nothing else in this report, go to page, on page 10, section 6 is on liability issues. This report puts you on notice that this is people flying, it's dangerous to people on the ground. When you're on notice that something is very dangerous, then you allow it to happen, Dr. Fusco states, there is ample precedence for such legal actions, you're gonna get sued basically, that have resulted in or followed for wildlife control programs that have been deemed inadequate. Proponents of those granting permits that disregard FAA guidelines and local objections should be on notice they may be liable. I don't want you to be liable. I don't want us to pick up the bill. This is a dangerous project. So hopefully, Mr. Campo can contact your insurance agent and say, hey, can we get an endorsement on our insurance policy for when we get sued because we're gonna allow a dangerous project that's hazardous to people's lives? So basically, these men are trying to exploit a gap in the law. They're not taking government funding, so the FAA says, like, we don't care. It's up to you to decide what happens on the ground. And what is typically done is the planning boards, the counties and the cities, they require the airport follow FAA safeguards and procedures. That is what we're asking you, is to apply the 150 circular and apply the safeguards for the FAA. Otherwise, we are in trouble. The special use permit, you have a duty to protect the resident community. We are the resident community. These developers have the burden, yet where is their wildlife report? We have grandiose statements from Jet Law, a law firm, saying, well, it's fine, it's safe, don't worry about the wildlife. It's a hazard to us. So I request, please, deny their project. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Peggy Bruce. Peggy Bruce, B-R-U-C-E. Two quick things before I get to my main topic. Number one, there are a lot of planes flying over. We have hundreds of those maps showing that the planes are buzzing our houses. These guys talk about being good neighbors. They want to be good neighbors. They sure haven't shown it the last 2 years, because we've been hearing it. My horses get scared all the time when these low-flying planes come over. Number two, they talk about an HOA, a board that's going to manage stuff. But in the Jet Law documents, I'll show you, it's like, well, it's whatever they want to do, whatever they think is appropriate. You know, if they really want to be good neighbors, put somebody on the board, put somebody on the HOA who's from outside the community. Maybe I'll volunteer to be there, okay? If you're going to be good neighbors, be a neighbor, not just within your own community, and don't hassle those of us that aren't part of it, even ahead of having the thing built. Okay, I'm really here to talk about noise from what I would call a 5th grade English standpoint, not a scientific standpoint. We know that noise annoys people. Annoyance is stressful, noise causes stress, and stress causes adverse health effects. This proposed air park and its planes are going to generate a lot of noise, and that noise will have a huge negative impact both on the quality of life and the actual health of us county residents. I know you know noise is measured in decibels, right? A rural area, typical decibel level is 30 to 40. A bird call is 44 decibels. That's the peace and quiet we talk about living out here. That's what we want to enjoy. 70 decibels is the baseline for annoyance noise, because in the high 70s, a lot of people are annoyed by those noises. Well, guess what? As noise gets louder, it gets exponentially louder. So 80 decibels is twice as loud as 70. 90 decibels is 4 times as loud as 70. We all know where this is going. Planes are noisy. Single-engine planes flying at 1,000 feet over my house generate 88 decibels of noise. That's well above the 70 baseline. That's almost 90 decibels, 4 times louder. We know also, out in rural areas, planes don't have to fly at 1,000 feet. They can fly at 500 feet or even 200 feet, as Chuck showed you in the picture, or Keith showed you. Imagine how loud that is for those of us on the ground. Planes flying at 200 or 500 feet all the time, especially on nice days, nice weather days, they're out in our neighborhood. The FAA as Jet Law says in their handout, has designated 65 decibels DNL, the day-night average, as the threshold of significant noise exposure, below which residential land uses are compatible. But anything over that can cause negative health effects. Page 1 of my handout, there are other groups that disagree with the FAA. One of them is the Acoustical Society of America did a study, and you look at the headline. The FAA's 65 decibel level is not a safe noise exposure level for the American public. The EPA agrees. They're at 55 decibels or less for outdoor noise from a health standpoint, because the repeated high-intensity noise exposure is more than just an annoyance. It actually causes involuntary physiological increases in heart rate, blood pressure, and stress hormone levels. Nighttime noise is especially harmful due to the relative quiet when most people are asleep. So behind that study is a big visual that shows here's what happens to your body when it's exposed to high-intensity noise on a repeated basis, okay? The next thing I want to talk about is this slide, which has the 3 noise disturbance areas designated. My whole point is this whole map ought to be red. That whole map ought to be red, based on what we see, the box patterns that are happening, the level at which the planes are going to be flying underneath 1,000 feet to come in for takeoff and landing, and circling around on a busy weekend day when they can't land, or because the wind is weird, they've got to come around. We all should be shaded red as noise disturbance areas. Also, you've heard that Arrowhead Air Park wants to allow flights between 5 a.m. and midnight with no takeoff after 10. But who's going to enforce that policy? Where's the homeowners association in that? Who is going to protect and safeguard the health and stress levels of those of us that live nearby? The summary of findings, next page. These are handouts, 2 of the 3 handouts that were handed out in the March 14th meeting that Friday evening. Gotcha. Maximum airplane weight, 12,500 pounds. You heard them say most of these planes are going to be smaller than that. Then why request this? I know the excuse is it's an FAA guideline. I'm concerned that bigger planes are coming in. Bigger planes mean more noise. And that's harmful to us. This is the Jet Law summary of findings you can look at in particular. I've highlighted a few key things. The fact that, again, lots of planes taking off and landing, especially on nights, weekend days, when we all want to be out enjoying the peace and quiet. As a privately owned, private use runway, the community may impose any restrictions and regulations it deems appropriate, or not. That's the whole point. Back to the trust us, we're going to do right, we're going to be good neighbors. It's hard to trust when they haven't shown it thus far. Okay, so we've talked about light pollution from the runway. We know there are a lot of regulations at Cass County to the state level on noise. And I will bring up wind turbines, because in the Cass County codes, there is a section 40660 that talks about wind turbines cannot exceed 55 decibels. So, for God's sake, if we have county limits on wind turbines, surely airplanes ought to be having to abide by something more than what these guys have suggested. So, we know that any zoning regulation that impacts the neighborhood should not be allowed to negatively impact it. You heard me talk last time about the Missouri, Cass County, and federal codes that all limit the impact on the neighborhood when a major zoning change is happening. That's what's happening here. This neighborhood is going to impact negatively all of these 360-plus houses. We're the ones that have been here. I've been here 36 years. I'm going to be here 36 more. We're the ones that vote for you all.
Time's up.
We're the constituents. Please do not approve this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also going to hand out stormwater stuff. One of our representatives couldn't be here.
Okay.
This is to support what Alec talked about.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of concerns with stormwater runoff and sewer stuff. Lots of questions.
Things will fall apart.
I'm going to be brief.
Hold on a second. Who's this? Is this Okay, you are.
Diana Swafford.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I did not hear what you said.
I will. Diana Swafford. Sorry, I keep forgetting about you.
Okay, you gonna use this, you gonna use this?
No, I will
Thank
not.
you.
That'll help.
Thank you, thank
That'll
you.
help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the time to speak. The consideration of this airport special use permit is so unique and out of character, not only for the county, but also for the city of Belton and the surrounding area. Boiling this down to one point, Craig Wilcox is proposing to place an airport where about 365 homes already exist. This airport will have zero oversight by the FAA or the county. There will be no management control except by a board appointed by the airport developers. Will this board be on site 24/7, 365 to ensure rules set forth will be followed? We don't even know what the rules are for the pilots and guests that will be using the airport and how they will be enforced. And what recourse do we have as people in the surrounding area to address grievances when pilots violate rules, especially with respect to safety? According to the standards, the burden of persuasion shall rest solely with the applicant, Craig Wilcox. And it shall not be approved as a special use unless that application is clearly presenting evidence that this special use will do the following. It has to be consistent with goals and objectives of the regulations and comprehensive plan. Does an airport in a 1.5 mile radius of existing neighborhoods, homes, and future residential development fit with that plan? Moreover, it is not to be materially detrimental to public health, safety, convenience, and welfare, and cannot result in material damage or prejudice to other property in the area. How do planes taking off and landing close to nearby homes not pose a detriment to public health and safety, especially if there's a wildlife strike, mechanical failures, miscommunication between pilots, and missed approaches and takeoffs? Per the standards, it has to be compatible with and preserve the character and integrity of the surrounding area, contribute to and promote the community welfare at the location where it is. The relationship of it has to be in similar aspects, size, character, and proportional and appropriate to the area, and again, not cause substantial injury to the value of neighboring property. I propose to you that this is not in the interest of the people who live nearby, nor the surrounding area, and in keeping with the surrounding character and integrity of the area. But why? Because this proposal is asking for a permit that allows airplanes to take off and land near residential areas, which is not compatible with the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare of the area. This airport will create significant air traffic over homes on a daily basis, both day and night, and visual nuisances from a lit 3,000-foot runway, in addition to the pollution generated from increased air traffic, all of which is going to impact everybody living in the area. I also submit to you that having air traffic over homes from 5 a.m. till midnight, 7 days a week, will create injury to the value of neighboring property and is not in keeping character with the existing property and surrounding area. To me, this is going to be like living near an airport. And I ask you, would you want this safety hazard over your heads, flying over your rooftops, and posing a hazard in your neighborhood? And God forbid if there's an air crash due to a bird strike, a miscommunication between pilots, mechanical failure, and that plane crashes into a home, a roadway, or cars. This decision must be based on reason, and it cannot be for the purpose of convenience, profit, or capricious intent of the landowner per the codes. Also, the codes indicate that if granted, there will be not substantial detriment to adjacent property. Again, it won't change the character of the area, and it has to take into account public health, safety, order, convenience, and prosperity. In fact, compared to the existing low-density neighbors surrounding the area, Wilcox's proposal would irrevocably change the neighborhood and surrounding area from a quiet rural community to a bustling airfield surrounded by dense residential development that will alter the district where the property is located. And this will definitely impact everything in that area, as well as future residential development. It is clear the purpose of the airport is for the profit of and convenience of those landowners in the airport community, for the profit of Craig Wilcox and the investors who have ponied up money for this development, and it is incumbent on Craig Wilcox and Craig Wilcox alone to
to prove that this is in the best interest of the neighborhood, community, and the county, not just for his pocketbook. Once this type of development is allowed, it will alter the county in ways that cannot be undone. Craig Wilcox lives in Smithville. He does not live here. Will he suffer the consequences of an airport in his neighborhood and county with airplanes flying over his home from 5 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You already heard from my lovely wife, so I'm not going to recap what she said about where I live. My name is Daryl Smith. I live 1009 East 195th Street and lived at the previous address that she mentioned. And she also mentioned that I was a retired attorney. Unlike Mr. Young and Mr. Moore, I'm not a civil attorney. I was a homicide prosecutor in Wyandotte County. And prior to that, I was a prosecutor in 4 other counties. So I was a prosecutor in 5 counties in Kansas before I retired. During the course of my career, I prosecuted hundreds, maybe thousands of drug dealers. Even as a homicide prosecutor, for some reason, drug dealers are often involved in homicides. I supervised other attorneys in their cases. I pulled warrants, drafted warrants on thousands of drug dealers. I worked with drug cops repeatedly. And here's what I can tell you about this runway in this location. This is a drug dealer's dream. JetLaw says Arrowhead says in the summary of JetLaw's reports, I haven't seen the data to back this up, that this is not conducive to drug dealers. You know, the more innocuous it is, the more conducive it is to drug dealers. I can look at this and probably think of 50 ways that clever, resourceful, ruthless, and rich drug dealers can exploit this situation. They can do that because they have the resources, and like I said, they're very clever. I didn't certainly prosecute and catch all of them during my career. Now, if I can think of 50 ways they could exploit this, a good drug cop could think of 100, and a drug dealer can think of 101. You want proof of this? You just have to look no further than Johnson County Executive Airport, which has been mentioned a couple of times, and the case of Rashid Sakir, also known as Charles D. Cook, who, during the course of 4 years, they finally did catch him. They finally tried to recover $3 million, but during the course of that time, they ran millions of dollars of drugs through Johnson County Executive Airport. They haven't told you what our law enforcement is going to be tasked with if they build this airport, because as you saw from those slides, I think it's self-explanatory. This is a drug dealer's dream. You land the plane, you pull into the house, you close the door, you offload, you open the door, the van leaves. It's the perfect setup. But somehow they're going to prevent it. Well, I tried real hard for all those years to slow them down and stop them. We never could. This is a perfect setup for a drug operation. You don't have to put it on the road anymore. You can fly it in. One of the other things in the JetLaw report was they said that, and my wife already talked about this, that their wildlife practices were in agreement with other airports of similar size. But again, that's a bold statement, and it's not backed up by a report. You haven't seen a report that backs that up or any tangible evidence of that. What you have seen is their summary of JetLaw's statement that, hey, we're going to do it like other airports, maybe. Well, let's talk about that, and let's bring us to my final point, which is liability. It's been said to you before that if you do this, you own it. And that's true. The FAA doesn't do anything to regulate private airports. They're not gonna have any part in this. The Missouri Department of Transportation, and this has been confirmed to me by Brian Boehmer, they have no part in regulating airports. Nothing. Missouri DOT doesn't regulate these airports. Now, they've talked about these air parks in other states, and I can tell you, even though I hated it, I probably learned more about airport law in the last couple of years than I ever wanted to know. And some of those states have different laws. Look at the laws in Florida, for example. If you're going to accept this risk, I might remind you, this isn't Olson Acres. This isn't just a sewer mess if something goes south. This is something that involves safety and possibly lives, possibly lawsuits. If you want to accept that responsibility, it's your prerogative to accept it, but know the risk you're taking. One of the people for Arrowhead said pilots are big on checklists. You want a checklist? Here's the checklist for AP developments. This is the central region. Mr. Koresh, who's been mentioned, from the FAA. He's in the central division. This is the checklist, if they were going to supervise it, for airport projects. I'll give you both of these, but I understand that she needs one of them. If you want to look at those things, if you want to read those, understand this is the liability that you're accepting, because there is no other agency, not the FAA, not MoDOT, no other agency that is going to accept this risk. Who's going to enforce it? Who's going to oversee it? Do you have the people in the county who have that expertise? Do you have the ability to actually do it? That document is 9 pages long. Very little of it relates to things that would go to federal funding. There are things that would be required if they had federal funding, but they don't go to it. It's 9 pages of requirements that they couldn't comply with if they wanted to, because it would have had to start 5 years ago. There's not going to be any NEPA study, which is an environmental impact study on the area, which would include the soil, the water, the air, the noise. All of that would be required to be done if this were an airport that was going to be supervised by the FAA. But it's not. You, the county alone, is going to be accepting that liability. As mentioned in Dr. DeFusco's report, there's ample evidence for what happens when you accept that liability. If you want to be a risk taker with them, again, that's your prerogative. You can go ahead and do it, but look at that and understand that is the liability that you're going to be accepting if you approve this project. I suppose you could say, well, gee, we'll require Arrowhead to comply with these FAA guidelines. How are you going to do that? Who's going to enforce that? Are you going to have to post a bond? Let's talk about that. We all know how bonds really work, don't we? I used to be a bond liaison in the district attorney's office. And let me tell you something, bonds are not a bunch of cash sitting in the clerk's office. There's their signature from an insurance company. They give you somebody to fight with. Your county attorney will have someone to fight with if somebody that you've designated to enforce all these rules for the county finds a violation. Good luck with that. Again, your prerogative to take this risk if you want to take it, but please understand all of the risk that you're taking.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jeff Evil Sizer, 60.
One moment.
I'm sorry, sir, what was the name again?
Jeff Evil Sizer.
One moment, please.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna be it for the night. You're it then, no more. 2 of them. I've got until 10:30 for you all to figure out who's gonna come up next. Your name is?
Jeff Evil Sizer. And
I appreciate you when you said fairness to each side.
Sir, you're gonna have to speak up.
Speak
I'm
up,
sorry.
please.
I appreciate that when he said fairness to each side, that each side gets to express their concerns. So thank you for allowing that, even though it's late.
You're welcome.
I'm not, just big picture thinking. I go back to the first zoning cases for, there's a man who had been on the land, worked the land, knew the community, knew the neighborhood, and wanted the land to transition in a way that the community, it fit with the neighborhood, the community benefits. And he didn't want other things that would negatively impact his neighbors. And it's because he had been on the land, he'd worked it, he knew his community. In this case, it doesn't seem like that. It seems like there's a new person who wants to make changes that negatively impact the neighborhood. And it seems like zoning, that's where we need you. That's your place to say, and it's not an eminent domain case, it's good for the county, the revenue, so we're gonna impose something negative on the neighbors. This is a zoning case. This is where zoning protects the neighbors. I think they made a great case that it's good for the county. I want them in the county. I think they're the type of people I would want in the county. I don't think they made a case that that's a good parcel for their project. It seems, just listening, that it's somewhat squeezed into that parcel. And it's attractive for them in terms of proximity, but there's other land a little farther out without the same impact on neighbors, where we could still have them in the county. We still get the tax revenue. They're quality people. They care. The question is this fit in this parcel? And between safety buffer zone, between wildlife, between wind vector, between size, it seems like the answer's negatively affecting neighbors more than it would have to if they were willing to drive an extra 10 minutes. My profession is medical, and there was a statement of the lead, and there wasn't case clustering. Lead is bad near a population center. We don't prescribe lead for anything. Here, you'll get better with this. We want to decrease that in our county around population areas. So again, great case, great for Cass County, not in this parcel. A case was not made for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith, are you part of the group that's been working together this whole thing, like with Peter and Peggy?
I used to be, yeah.
I'm really trying hard to be fair here. Do you know of any topics that we haven't addressed yet of substance with respect to the con or the against?
He wasn't at any planning.
Were you at those meetings?
Yeah, I went.
Peter, were you at those meetings?
Yes.
I'm trying to be fair, excuse me. I'm trying to be fair. We've addressed some very cogent topics. You have somebody out there that has a big topic?
Fire protection.
All right, you're third in the last one. Your name?
Hi, I'm Catherine Kropp.
Catherine Kropp.
I'm Keith's spouse.
Okay.
We live at 195th Street. We have had significant issues with low-flying aircraft over our property since, time out. And usually they buzz us so fast, we aren't able to get it on video.
I don't want to hear any more. You got something else?
I got it on video.
You got something else other than low-flying planes?
I have the noise.
Do
of
you
an
have
airplane.
something other than?
No, but I
Okay,
have
I'm done.
someone. I
You're
have
done.
someone that flew under 500 feet
You're
of
done.
us, so you can hear the noise of an airplane under 500 feet of you.
You're gonna
You
be.
seem to throw us. But you
Are we
seem
gonna
to think.
suspend the meeting for 30 seconds to a minute?
Unbelievable.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Can Brenda go first?
No, I want her for last. Apologize. I've been clear on that. Are you signed in?
I am.
Okay. Hi,
Hi there, how are you?
Good.
Thank you for listening to us tonight.
you're welcome. You are.
Oh, I am Pam Ray, and I live a mile away. Bear with me, I was ready at the beginning of this, but I have pared down my speech considerably because all of us are really tired. I don't know if this is new or different, but I do want you to hear what we hear on our property and why we're fighting this so strongly. It's 30 seconds.
What is this?
30 seconds.
Is this the airplane?
No, it's what we love at our community.
I'll listen to that.
A little relaxing. I'll let you guys hear it. Yep.
Point made. Next.
Okay, that's 20, so we'll cut that short. Imagine on top of that, noise from airplanes. Oh, sorry. Imagine on top of that, airplane noise. That is not why any of us have moved out here. We moved here to blend into our rural community. We are a neighborhood. We care about how we impact our neighbors. That does not seem to be happening with the proposed air park. They don't seem to care how they impact us, but oh yeah, we can make lots of money. Well, that's not what real life is about. It is not about ignoring your neighbor's concerns. It is not seeing how much money you can make. It is not having one specific entity profit while your neighbors, your friends, suffer. I had a longer speech, but lucky you guys, you don't get to hear it. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
And we ask you to vote against this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tried to be organized, but this whole thing has been blown out of the water.
You are.
Brenda Hallberg, I'm upset as all the residents are, and they got all the time in the world, and then we're on a quick time limit. They're not admonished in the crowd when they're talking, and noise is going on, so, yeah, irritation level.
You're wasting your time. Go for it.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, this air park is on 203rd is where Western Cass County Volunteer Fire Department meets with Mount Pleasant Fire Protection District, which is basically Belton. Belton can handle it, Western Cass can't. No money, no people. This is, the chances of a plane going down and having some situation and setting off a fire is just as great on the Western Cass County side. And this, with the wind, this place will go up in smoke and fast.
Are you talking you're talking about the fire department inability or ability to handle?
Well, yes, not, and not on any fault of their own. They're
Yeah.
gonna have to have special expensive training.
Are you aware that all those local fire agencies and law enforcement agencies
Work together.
have reciprocal arrangements, not only jurisdictionally county, municipal, but county and state? Are you aware of that?
I don't know about the state, but
Yeah, they go across state line.
Okay,
Johnson
yes,
County,
so
Hillsdale,
Stillwell could
Cass,
come
and
if there's not a
yeah.
train
You aware
blocking
of that?
the railroad.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
I
go
met
ahead.
with Chief
Okay,
Sapp,
go
I
ahead.
met
Please,
with
please.
Mr. Wisdom. So yes,
Thank
we've tried to be informed. We have jobs, we have lives, and this nonsense is not something we want to be doing. So we're upset, and we're taking times on our days off. This is what we're doing. So yes, thanks for bearing with me. I'm going to read this last comment, and there's a little quote in there from the Kansas City Magazine from Mr. Wilcox, who's out advertising this development. This comment is taken from the Kansas City Magazine. What we're going to do is write our codes, our covenants to ensure that the air park always remains an air park. That has been the bane of air parks all across the country. As they build it, They have a bunch of pilots move in, and then over the years, either through inheritance or resales, they get less and less pilots and more people who just want to store boats and RVs. And then he talks about how they would require a pilot's license for people moving into that development. Why don't we just save everybody a lot of time, money, stress, and safety risks, and just build some nice 5 to 10 acre horse properties with RV and boat storage? This ever-changing, contradictory vanity project of Mr. Wilcox and his LLC members, it does not align with the character of this community, and it will actually destroy why people moved out here. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you allow 1 minute more?
Yes. Have you checked in yet?
No, I offered to, but they said wait.
I said 10:30, it's 10:14, so I'm gonna give you a minute. Did Peggy leave?
She had to.
Told you I'd rather take a minute. I'm not, I'd love to say more. You heard comments from Mr.
You are.
Wilcox.
You are.
John, I'm sorry, John Ryan,
Okay,
3000 East 195th Street.
Ryan, you've been here before. Thank you for coming back.
Well, thank you for letting me
Yeah,
talk.
appreciate it.
Only comment I want to make is that you heard that they've gotten approval of the sewer system, water system, from the Department of Natural Resources. I called the Natural Resources Department 2 months ago. They had no application. So I thought, well, maybe something's happened in the last 30 days. I called today. I talked to Michael at Jefferson City, who said, no, we don't have any applications at this address or under Arrowhead.
They'll have an
Airport.
answer. They have an answer for you on that.
Well, so they said, call Kansas City. I did. I called Kansas City, talked to Scott, who's in charge of it. And Scott says, yeah, the developer called me last fall and talked briefly about it. And he called me within the last couple of weeks, and I told him what he had to do. But no, there's no plan, there's no application. I've taken my minute.
All right, we'll get an answer on that for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Wilcox, is he still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You, please come up and answer some of the things you've heard this evening.
I'd like,
And whomever else, the 4 or 5 guys, they can come up. I'd like for them to come up versus answer questions in the audience, Mr. Wilcox.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'd like for them to come up here instead of sit out there, if that's okay with you. Have them come up and join you, like they are.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's, yeah. Okay.
May I move this easel?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we have a series of topics that have come up, and I'll just let you guys address as you want to,
All right.
okay?
Uh,
And I'll try and keep track.
It's all right, I'm gonna go through, opponent, and then another opponent, that's how I wrote down my notes chronologically, I think that'll be the easiest.
That sounds good.
I won't have all the answers, my part.
That sounds good. Let's go.
All right. Mr. Holbrook said the updates were not posted, that's correct, because, some of those, documents came in late, I gave them to Vanessa as soon as I could, and as she explained, those don't get on the internet. However, they have all been given to the planning board and copies to Vanessa. Airport design questions, it's a private airpark, so we can design the airport in the way we feel best suits our needs and flight safety, which we have.
It might be helpful at that point, the RSA, the runway safety area was addressed, that's actually part of FAA Advisory Circular 150, 5313B. And that's basically what the FAA is doing with that circular, is that it's the return on federal investment. And so of the airports that were studied in the Kansas City System Plan in 2015 that don't meet that circular, these are public use public airports that receive public money: East Kansas City, Gardner, Noah's Ark, and Roosterville. The design circular is truly an advisory circular. The first line of the design circular says these are guidelines. The FAA enforces it in that structure so that it can get the federal return on investment. Is it necessarily the only way to design? Is it necessarily a safety issue? One of the first things is that it's really hard, really confusing with the way those tools work, but designing it for an A1 small aircraft is virtually impossible, even for someone like myself who was in the design industry for almost 30 years.
I'd like to point out that all the airports Mr. Young mentioned are public airports. Anybody can land there. We have put out an invitation over the past couple of years, mailers to everybody within 3,000 feet. Call me, talk to me. I'm happy to come to your home, restaurant, whatever, and we can discuss these concerns. Not one opponent who got up tonight has contacted me to get additional information. The map with all the pins on it, the pin map.
Yeah, my map.
Excellent. All of our traffic, as I described earlier, will fly south and west of our runway. You indicated several pins to the north and east. In addition, FAA rules are that in a rural residential area with rural properties, pilots must maintain a 500-foot bubble above or beside any man-made structure out there. 500 feet. So when you complain about, he flew over my house at 1,000 feet, 700 feet, 500 feet, that's all perfectly legal, and guess what? We don't have an air park yet. Those are planes from Johnson County, from New Century, from Harrisonville. I will say the one event where you tagged me using an online app, that's fine. We were taking video so that we could produce a flight demonstration. We wanted to do it at the airport property. It didn't work out because I couldn't actually land and get slow enough to make it look realistic. That's why we replicated it at Lawrence and showed you that tonight. But those low flights over the property were to make a video and not violating any airspace. The tax revenue, we discussed the difference in property taxes between aircraft and other property, and that's all on the slide. I was accused of not living in Cass County. That's correct, I live in Smithville. I am planning to move to Cass County and be your neighbor in the air park if we can make that happen. Anything else you had on that speaker? You guys have anything?
Yes. General stormwater concerns, from a design standpoint, from an analysis standpoint, a row crop field is barely a step above a parking lot. And I'm not exaggerating. When I mentioned the soils that come off, the pollutants that come off, fertilizers and pollutant, herbicides, pesticides, those things are a very negative impact on the downstream neighbors, which is you guys. And that's being done right now, and can be done forever if it remains the way it is, right? By turning in, and this happens all over the place. I do these studies over and over and over again. So we do a lot of rural residential subdivisions. That's the fact of the matter. It's an improvement as far from a stormwater perspective.
Okay, I'd like to address Mr. Kropp's concerns. The FAA did activate MU-46, Airhead Air Park, inadvertently. They did it early, as you pointed out. We hadn't even bought the land yet. He wrote an email. Everybody has a copy who needs one that says that was their fault. He apologized, and no action is required on my part at this point. He also pointed out that in a private airstrip environment like that, some airstrips are seasonal, and you don't need to go back to the FAA to activate them and deactivate them. He doesn't care what the runway surface is. He doesn't care what the runway heading is. Their only concern about the airspace. We contacted them to get an airspace study done, and I was very clear, we didn't own the land, all we wanted to do was the airspace study. Winds.
I should mention that the ADEP is only 2 years old and they struggle with it all the time. I'm in the ADEP constantly and there's airports that have been input that aren't even in the United States, so it's not surprising that they had a little issue with it.
Runway alignment winds. We aligned our runway to fit the property, topography, surrounding area, water tower, etc. It was the safest way to do it. When airplanes land with crosswinds all the time, and if the winds are out of limits for our aircraft due to crosswind, we won't land. It's very simple, and there are runways all over the state that do not align with the prevailing wind.
And this one actually aligns with Lawrence. Lawrence's primary runway is 1533, and
Yep.
it actually covers 85% of the wind coverage.
I'll make a note on topography. In their choice of land, I know, as Craig mentioned, they searched for a very long time from a runway, vertical profile design. It's hard to find a piece of property with a 3,000-foot straight stretch of land that has very little vertical drop. This property has it. The runway has very low cuts and fills. And when we're looking at grading perspectives, the amount of dirt that's actually being excavated and placed, it's no greater than 8 to 10 feet, which is nothing. I mean, when you're talking about a subdivision design, move a lot of dirt. That's not a lot of dirt.
It was also brought up that we need to move all this dirt to make it perfectly level, like a billiard table. That's not true. For a private airstrip like this, we can accept slope that we can accept, and that's up to the pilots that fly there because it is private.
There were also concerns brought up about permitting. No MDNR permits have been applied for because we don't have permission to do anything. So whenever we, get to that point, proper permitting will be taken, proper erosion control measures, SWIPs, those things will all be developed for construction. You're not allowed to just go disturb a bunch of soil, do whatever you want. You have to mitigate that. As well as the issues with the sewer. I thought we kind of addressed that, but the sewer permitting through MDNR will not be applied for unless we actually get permission to do the subdivision. There's no
Right.
point in taking that next step until we get the other steps taken care of.
That's correct, and we addressed that in my initial remarks. That's why it's been delayed.
What about the stormwater ordinance?
I'm sorry. No questions from the crowd, please.
Mr. Young may be able to address this as well. He said there was a discrepancy in 33 operations per day, per year per aircraft. Your computations show that not all 93 airplanes are flyable at any one time. And I think you applied that, and the fact that we don't have an instrument runway we can use. So the number 33, I think, is accurate, instead of, which was 10 operations a day, which is 5 takeoffs, 5 landings. The other number I heard was 17 a day. I think that's the difference, is,
I did the math again and I can't figure out where 17 came from because it is 33.
I think it was 33 times 93 divided by 360. I think it was just arithmetic, but I think you had adjustments for the instrument, lack of instrument approaches, and just because there might be 93 airplanes on the field doesn't mean all 93 can fly all at once.
Right, and the comparison was made to East Kansas City with 201 aircraft on the field. They only had 12,000 operations, down to Roosterville, which has 65 aircraft on the field. They only have 3,500 operations. So there's a lot of math that went into the bulk of the report, and then how you subtract and add things to it. So that's in the bulk of the report that you can see the charts and tables and how we arrived at the number we arrived at.
It was brought up that we presented information at the Odin's Barbecue initial public meeting. At that time, that was the most accurate information we had. That was our best estimate of how we were going to do things. Things change over time, and we've made adjustments to our SUP, our flight rules, all that, to reflect those changes. And so it's not that we're, just changing things arbitrarily. We're trying to make them better. Mr. Hayes asked about flight training and your child or something, and flight training is totally different than teaching somebody how to drive. And a single takeoff with a qualified instructor isn't necessarily a training event, even if a student is in the aircraft. For continual training, that would be out at Harrisonville or Johnson County. The rules still apply. There is no flight school, which is what we said. No flight training business at the airport. The lady who got up, Janet, I think her name was, had a concern about the flight hours, and she was discussing it as though it's going to be noisy for all but 5 hours, and that's not true. Landings are virtually silent, as you saw from the video, and those we'd like to allow up to midnight for people getting home late. However, the hours are flexible. That's why we're here discussing it. And just like the weight of the aircraft, like I said, I don't think we'll see anything close to 12,000 pounds. It's an FAA cutoff is why I selected that. If you feel a lower number is appropriate, we can certainly discuss that. I think a lot of the concern about aircraft, I've heard the words danger and things like that. That's the Hollywood image of aviation, and it's far from that. It's actually quite boring 99.9% of the time. Wildlife study.
Yeah, and I just wanted to address Dr. DeFusco's analysis. Dr. DeFusco actually wrote ACRP 29, which is the Airport Population Management. And the first thing that he says is that you have to consider the number of operations at the airfield before you consider anything else. And it's a mischaracterization to say that small aircraft ingest birds or have accidents with birds. It simply is not the case. In fact, when you look at the first page of the Principles of Wildlife Management that the FAA uses, it basically explains that jet engines ingest birds, piston aircraft do not. And so your incident of wildlife strikes with migratory birds that's why at Central Missouri you simply don't have very many accidents with they're not even accidents, you don't have any wildlife strikes with birds because it's the wrong kind of aircraft to have that kind of an issue. In addition, I don't think I'd take legal advice from Dr. DeFusco. I don't know his real background there, but and I'm not the county's attorney. I would actually ask for legal advice for that piece about what liability you're accepting. I'm just not aware of that particular. Well, I'm pretty sure that his statement in the report was incorrect, but that would be something for you to examine yourselves. And there is no nexus. There's no federal nexus here, so we couldn't even qualify for a NEPA report if we wanted to. You have to have a federal nexus in order to have a National Environmental Policy Act report, because there has to be a lead agency that takes the lead in the NEPA. So that's why the first page of the federal requirements for airport says, how have you accomplished your environmental? What they're asking is, are you asking us to be the lead agency in undertaking a NEPA study? There must be a lead agency. There's no federal nexus here. We wouldn't qualify for a NEPA report, even if we wanted one. And in terms of the wildlife piece, basically what the FAA has done with General Aviation Airports is that they've sent them the handbook on best practices for wildlife, and that's been the remediation effort. Because the fact is that we just don't have as many incidents with piston-driven aircraft as they do with jet engines that ingest birds.
I've got over 4,000 hours of small airplane time. I've hit one bird in those 4,000 hours flying all over Missouri and Kansas. It hurt the bird, it didn't hurt the other one. So it's not, like Mr. Young says, an aviation hazard for the type of aircraft we'd be flying. Pretty much every airport within 1,000 miles of here has lots of water around it, rivers, lakes, ponds. The downtown Kansas City airport is basically a little peninsula of land surrounded by the Missouri River. KCI up north has great big lakes, and I've seen wildlife on those. birds, there are airplanes. The two don't mix very often. Plus, I like to look outside. Large birds like geese, we can see. If you see a V formation of geese flying, you can easily turn to avoid those. I've done it hundreds of times. I don't know where the 88 decibels came from, 5,000 feet overhead, or whatever that was, and I think Peggy Bruce left. So you said 65 decibels was the max, and that was with a 16-hour engine run, right?
Well, so there is a fairly large piece of the report that talks about noise energy, and the law of inverse square about how noise works to arrive at what basically the FAA has done. The FAA the FAA tests engines and airframes, and I didn't use a brand new airframe. I did use a brand new airframe. I take that back. I did use the SR series of the Cirrus, but I also included the Beech A36 Bonanza. I don't think they've produced that in 40 years.
Right.
The B-58 Baron, Cessna 172N with a 320 IO on it, and then a 152. And the maximum range on that is actually the old Bonanza, which was 67 dBA. Those are all conducted under Part 36. That's the same regulation they use to govern the sound over the Grand Canyon, and whether or not you're permitted to be in that sound-free environment over the Grand Canyon. It is a DNL level. There's some argument over whether or not DNL level is the right level to use, but it's the only objective standard that's out there. So I included some vehicular law in there too about what the decibel levels are, and even in the most restrictive state, California, vehicles are allowed to have decibel levels up to 95 decibels. So it's very difficult to narrow that down any further than use what the FAA's objective standard is.
I think I can sum it up. We acknowledge airplanes make noise on takeoff, and in this area, that's a new noise. We recognize that. We're doing everything we can to limit our operations and fly noise abatement procedure takeoffs, climb rapidly to get high as quickly as we can, but it does not, it's not dangerous, and it's not excessively loud.
Well, the other piece on the noise, someone actually said that building with noise-reducing materials inside the airpark helps the people in the airpark. It actually helps both ways. The structures themselves, once they're built, you'll actually see a reduction in the noise level produced at the airpark because the structures themselves will absorb noise. That's why you're seeing the noise walls on all of the interstates around because structures absorb noise.
Our airpark was basically accused of being a target for drug dealers and a dream come true. I take great offense, honestly, at that accusation. I'm not a drug dealer. I don't need to be a drug dealer, and our homeowners are definitely not going to be drug dealers. And I think that kind of offensive, accusatory language in a situation like this is completely inappropriate.
And I would address the program that I started. So I mean, my background is in the report where it's not generally available here. I do have a certificate in airport safety and risk management. I was also a licensed law enforcement officer in both Kansas and Missouri. And we worked with the DEA on the programs, and what is a dream for drug dealers is unattended facilities in rural areas. They're not interested in, even Johnson County, the recent Johnson County promotes that kind of thing, is that people don't necessarily know who's in the next hangar over. And so that's a problem. In an airpark situation, you are very rarely in a situation where you don't know the person in the next house.
Know your neighbors. The question about fire response and lack of adequate fire response in the area, that's what increased tax revenue does, is it can provide that. And we're not going to become a 93-home subdivision immediately. It's going to be a slow, gradual build-out with tax revenue going to the community that whole time and improving all those type of services, fire, medical, emergency, roads, schools, etc.
did.
The report has been submitted to the county.
Okay, any questions?
Like for Ed, in respects to concerns about who's gonna police it, what kind of, is there any agencies involved in, keeping an eye on place, and any kind of inspections and things of that nature?
So if you're talking in terms of safety inspections and so forth, it all falls back to the airport board, the homeowners association, and whatever conditions that you put in the special use. So, I mean, you could have them report issues like that, training taken and things like that to make sure that they're sticking with the covenants and so forth. But, I mean, functionally, the neighbors can enforce against each other, because if you have someone who's not abiding and is risking the air park themselves, if you have $1 million investment in a house, you're not going to let your neighbor do something that creates an issue for you and the overall community. And the loss of the special use would definitely do that.
Right.
Will your housing lots be open to the general public, or do they have to have an airplane?
We're going to have a legal document that new buyers will have to sign that says pilot or not, medical or not. The air park is an air park, and every homeowner will pay for the upkeep of the runway and not take action to change the character of it, so it will remain an air park. We think it's too complex to require a pilot's license, because that can go all the way from an ultralight, where you need basically nothing, and your medical is your driver's license, up to an airline pilot. And obviously it's legally complex if someone loses their medical and now they're not a pilot. Well, we can't kick them out of their house. So we think just a simple legal document as part of the closing documents that say you cannot refuse to help pay for the runway upkeep and other aviation support, and you cannot sue or vote or take any action like that. I'm not a lawyer, so my language is not quite right, but you cannot, let's say, petition to change the character of that subdivision. It will remain an air park. Otherwise, it's not attractive to future buyers wanting to put in those expensive homes. We have to basically make a promise that you buy this, it's always going to be an air park.
Thank you.
Other questions? A couple people mentioned the weight of the airplanes and afraid of where that might go. You're simply limited by the length of that runway.
Right.
With,
And that's
with
why-
respect to size of aircraft, correct?
Correct.
And you've said twice that you used 12.5 because that was something that the FAA used.
That's correct. They
Okay.
require a type rating if you get qualified in any aircraft over 12,500. But like I said, if that's a concern, we'd be happy to lower that number.
You showed pictures of 2,500, 3,500, and 6,000.
That's what we expect.
Yeah.
But what we don't want to do is put in the special use permit, the limit is 6,000, and then somebody with a special short takeoff and landing airplane that can only use half this runway and be safe, and he weighs 6,200 pounds.
What?
So we're trying not to tie our hands unnecessarily.
I understand that, and so kind of where I was thinking, I mean, if you mentioned electric airplanes, what are they gonna weigh?
A lot less.
Less?
Oh, yes. These lithium batteries weigh a pound or two.
Okay,
They have to, or else they wouldn't be able to actually fly. They're going to be quite light and
So that's why I'm a banker, not an engineer, or mechanic guy. I was thinking Tesla and how heavy those cars are, and electric, but it's not the same for aircraft.
well, and that's why we don't have electric aircraft yet. There are a
All right,
few
so
prototypes out there.
So what do you think, 7,500 just to make everybody happy?
We could live with that.
Could you?
Sure.
All right, the 7,500 give us, folks, on the weight of the airplane?
I'd rather have it heavier, but
How much?
I'd say about 10.
10? 10,
We're
okay?
okay with
I don't
10?
care.
Thank you.
All
I
right,
said we're willing to discuss
Yeah,
the hours
yeah.
of operation as well, if
Okay.
that helps.
All right, so, any other questions, guys? I've pretty much followed where you guys were, addressing, and, the only one that we didn't, really talk about is, the liability that, was so passionately put forth with respect to, if we approve this, you know. Do you have any thoughts on that conversation?
I think I'll start by just saying that pilots don't have a death wish. We're going to do everything possible to make this a safe air park, to fly safely. We've mentioned several times, we follow checklists, we get medicals, our airplanes have to be inspected once a year, and it's an expensive but enjoyable hobby. We don't want to lose that. So we're not going to take risks. Like I said, we're not having 20-year-old kids flying in and out of this air park. It's going to be older people who are conservative, safe. As far as the legal liability, that's probably correct. But if we can land on the runway with like a mechanical problem, we'll land on the runway. If we can't, we're not going to aim at a house. We can still steer the airplane even if the engine quits. There's lots and lots of fields around where we can put the airplane down if required. So I think the risk is low for any blowback on the county, but I'm not an attorney. You are. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, only to, if that is a true concern, that should be something that you forward to your county attorney, because even when a pilot makes a mistake at an airport, I represent airports most of the time, usually it comes back to the pilot and the pilot's liability, because if they know the condition exists and they make the mistake, they made the mistake. But that's certainly something that I would, if that causes you concern, I would certainly get an opinion on that from someone who works in airport law.
Yeah, that's the attorney answer. I appreciate it. All right. Okay, any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for your patience tonight.
You're welcome. All right, Valerie, any comments? Okay, do you all have any questions of the applicant or of Valerie?
I'm just concerned with Robinson's Air Force airplane. I mean, there's a perpendicular flight paths. And then you also have the military with helicopters coming in. And I know they don't, it's a neat deal. The airplane park is just
I
awesome.
can address that if you wish.
Well, it's still a neat deal. I looked through there and it says, we can help you out with that. That's all it says. It's a neat plan. It's just the area is small and tight. Like you say, it's a super plan. So that's kind of where I feel about it.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? All right, the chair would accept a motion at this time. Make sure you make the amendment in there of the weight of the plane from 12.5 to 10.
I'm gonna make a motion to deny the application. I'm gonna have it out of here right now.
3142.
As submitted by the planning board and state such respectively. There's just too much I don't know.
That's fine. All right, Mike has made the motion to deny application 3142 as submitted with the weight amendment from 12,500 pounds on the plane to 10,000 pounds. Need a second.
I'll second.
All right, Clay has made the second. All right, all in favor, aye. opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so the the motion to deny the application has failed. And that means that we need to look at making another motion to approve the application, since that application motion failed.
So move.
Okay, Obie has made the motion to approve application 3142 as submitted with the amendment of the weight to 10,000 pounds. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Clay with the second. Okay, all in favor, aye? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, the motion has tied, and that's what will be submitted to the commissioners on April 9th at, no? Oh, they're gonna do a special one on this one, right?
We'll have to post it.
Yeah. We don't know yet.
Right.
Okay. So. All right, do you guys want to do the next application tonight, or you want to move it to next month?
So we move it.
Mike,
Let's move it later next month, this month.
can we move this to the next month?
We can.
You have to make a motion.
Yeah, we'll have to make a
Table
motion.
it.
No, we can table it till next month. These two applications kind of go hand in hand, so we would if we're gonna do that, we will probably, wait to have them both heard by the BZA and the commission at the same time. Or
Let's
the
go.
file that was just
Keep
voted on
going.
and
Yes,
this
keep
next file.
going then.
Keep going.
We're gonna keep going then. I don't wanna jack around with that other application. All right, so,
I think a lot of the same concerns will still apply to this next application.
application number 3143, subdivision and preliminary plat to be known as Arrowhead Air Park. A parent tract of 159 more or less acres with zoning designation of agriculture to be divided into 96 lots consisting of 43.5 more or less acre tracts, 50, 1.4 to 2.26 more or less acre tracts, and 2 5+ acre tracts, all to obtain single-family residential R-1 zoning designation, and 1 20+ acre tract to retain agriculture zoning. This is submitted by William B. Moore on behalf of Arrowhead Air Park LLC on a 159 more or less acre tract of land currently zoned agriculture, located in part of the southeast quarter of Section 33, Township 46, Range 33, Cass County, Missouri, and commonly known as 1804 East 203rd Street, Belton, Missouri. Mr. Moore. And Craig, I guess. Do you need the screen?
Well, that's something I'd like to ask. We filed these together. It was my understanding it was a single presentation for both applications. Obviously, that's incorrect. I can play through our presentation again and highlight the rezoning things if you'd like to see that again. However, I've given you all I've got. Everything about the rezoning was included in that first presentation.
All right, so what you're stating is that what you put forth on 3142 is essentially the same for 3143.
Correct.
And-
And if that was our mistake, I apologize, and perhaps we can do it another time, but I would just be showing you the same slideshow I showed you before and just highlighting the rezoning topics. But it was my understanding this was a single presentation with,
I'm sorry you thought that. I wasn't told that it was together.
Yeah.
I've approached it the same way I approach every agenda. I'm sorry
Could
about
have been my
that.
misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was.
So, what we should say here then is, we accept the fact that your, initial presentation covers both applications. I would like for you to be ultimately and absolutely comfortable with your position, and that you have counsel here to say.
Can we have like a 5-minute recess, please?
I need to go to the bathroom. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, if we could have everybody back to their seats, we'll move forward with application 3143. I'll call you.
Are you still here?
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right, we'll start the meeting, bring it back to order. The chairman has read the details of application 3143. Would the representative of application 3143 please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again,
Yep.
it's Bill Moore, Rouse Runs Law Firm, representing Arrowhead Air Park LLC.
Okay.
So as we were discussing before the break, all of the presentation for the application 3142 and 3143, that testimony on behalf of the application was combined. If the chair is willing to accept that that testimony in 3142 provided by the applicant be added to the record for 3143, we are willing to just let that stand and then move forward with the Q&A based on 3143.
All right.
As we have it at that point.
Very good. Okay, the board, you've heard what Mr. Moore has put forth. I think the chair would need a motion to accept their position on their previous testimony that we can add to the minutes. So the chair would need a motion to accept his position.
I'll accept this.
Mike with the motion to do so. Obi with the second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, your testimony that's already on record will be the same for 3143.
All right, thank you.
Yes. All right, is there anyone here that'd like to speak in favor of the application? Please come forward. Is there anyone here that'd like to speak against the application? Please come forward. Thank you, sir.
It's Peter Hallberg, H-A-L-L-B-E-R-G. All right, so this is a handout that the applicants provided at one of their meetings where they talk about community benefits, and a lot of this is related to the housing part. So, first and foremost, when they presented up here and they showed pictures of rendering plants and windmills and all that other nonsense, it's complete nonsense. That's not the alternative on this property. The alternative is other quality home development without a runway. You can achieve the same goal of increased revenue, continue to support your property values, and have none of the risk. Now, they talk about job creation for local workers, and they talk about heavy construction and home building and so on. That's not how it works. You have a contractor that comes in with their crew. If some of their crew live in Cass County, great. But you don't hire up for a project like this, because then you have to train them, then you have to put them through your payroll, and then you're probably letting them go after it's done. So it doesn't actually create work for local companies unless they absolutely commit to it and say, we're only going to use Cass County contractors, which we haven't heard them say. As far as the continuing job creation, home maintenance, house cleaning, lawn care, that might be impactful for the people who get those jobs. As far as the county goes, it's utterly insignificant. Okay? So I've already made comments that I think they're going to struggle to sell because they don't have some of the underlying demand a lot of other air parks do. So the value creation that they claim is very skeptical. And the value creation as an incremental to the alternative is not worth the risk. Are there any questions from the board?
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Please come forward.
Well, good evening, and thanks again
Hi
for
there.
the moment to speak. I'm Diana Swafford, and I've spoken to you before. Spot zoning. Have you ever heard that term? I didn't hear it until really just recently. And this is when a zoning ordinance is amended to zone for a small area for uses that are significantly different from those allowed in the surrounding area to favor the owner of a particular piece of property. If zoning is to be consistent, it should be considered in light of long-range planning and based upon considerations which affect the whole community. Therefore, spot zoning should only be indulged when it is in the public interest and not solely for the benefit of the individual property owner. And I've already quoted the zoning orders to you. I'm not gonna go through what you guys already know. You've heard me spoken about before tonight. But I am gonna tie it up with this bow. Everything that they put in these zoning orders in there for a reason. And I kind of feel like they're being shoved aside for this particular project. Because they're supposed to be orderly changes by integrating them into the fabric of the community to maintain high-quality, sustainable environment and promote fiscal responsibility. And in light of all those considerations in the zoning, I'm against the subdivision development. I look at this and I see a lot of residential lots, runways, and roads packed into a pretty small space. 159 acres seems like a lot, but it's really not, because there's gonna be 43 0.5 acre lots, 50 1.4 to 2.6 acre lots, 2 5+ acre lots, and 1 20 acre ag zoning, as I have read the information. And when you have developments this dense in an area, our roads are pretty bad that way already. We need some infrastructure improvement, but who's gonna pony up the money for that? Probably the Cass County residents, and basically we're gonna be accommodating a private developer's airport and subdivision. Will any taxes that we get really offset all that, in addition to the risks that I believe they mentioned before for this airport, but that's tied in with the subdivision. Has the HOA been provided to the county with a set of governing documents as to what, who, how, when the HOA will be enforced, and how the regulations will be set forth in their bylaws? And can you depend on an HOA? Because HOAs have gone defunct. They tend to promote their own interests. And what if there's not enough income generated to maintain everything in that development? Right now, we have an incursion of unplanned development in the area that does not align with the outline master plan. One piece of development wants to do this, another one wants to do that. And again, this will permanently alter the fabric of our community and the county and its infrastructure and the natural resources in ways that I don't think we can understand at this time. I think we're looking at dollar signs, and I get that, but I think we have to take some other things into consideration. And you should be asking yourself, why should we do this? Well, the spot zoning that I mentioned before really doesn't conform with the county master plan. So in light of this, I'm against the proposed development because I don't think we have enough information right now to make a wise and informed decision as to how this will impact the surrounding area, the resources in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swafford. Okay, anyone else like to come forward?
I know you hate me, but I'm still gonna talk.
I do not hate you.
I know you hate me.
I like your spunk.
Oh,
Are you coming up?
not a chance. In the application, ma'am, can I?
You are
I'm
again.
Catherine Crop. Mr. Harden doesn't like me, personally. The zoning order review in the application, that's written in your application, Says the application does not appear to provide a logical link between surrounding existing development and the proposed layout as required by section 405.050D. So my issue is, if you guys go ahead and vote for this, then you basically have nullified that regulation code, I don't know what you guys call it, so you have now have set precedent in the county that these regulations really don't mean anything.
Can't see which one you're
It's a
looking at.
zoning order review, it's on I don't know what page.
Oh, yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
It's in your
Yeah,
application.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Highlighted, yeah.
Yes, it's highlighted. So my only argument is if you set precedent that that you approve of this, when it says in your whatever it is, section 105.05.0D, then you guys have set precedent that anybody can come in and challenge any kind of regulation this county has, then there's no regulations.
Thank you. Okay, next. Do you want to come up and speak some more?
Me?
Yeah, you. Okay. All right. No.
I'd love to, because I just want to be on record that we're not in favor of this. Pam Ray, R-A-Y.
1 mile away, Pam Ray.
1 mile away, which isn't obviously far enough. We are a rural neighborhood. We have one house on a lot of acreage. It is zoned agricultural for a reason. That's why we invested our life out here. That's why we invested our time, our family, our kids. We raised our kids here.
Hey, talk to us.
Oh, sorry. Because we've got roots down. We like the rural area. We like the large lots. I don't know if you know this or not, but we live so far out in the country that when it gets bitter cold, our lights go brown. What's going to happen with this 93 houses when they start pulling our power? Are we all going to have no power? Because I'll tell you, brown power is just like having no power. You can't see in your house. And the power company, when I called and asked them why our lights were brown last January when it was so cold, and then this past one, they said, oh, because we really don't have a lot of power out south. So how are we going to power 93 more houses? That's true. And then the linemen came out to check our individual house, and they also stated there is not enough power out here to the south of Belton. So that's a consideration. Maybe these folks would enjoy living in the dark with candles and flashlights. I don't know. But we don't like it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Harden,
Yes.
may I speak?
Yeah.
Just real quick.
Yeah. I got nowhere to go but bed.
Get a lot of respect now.
And no, I didn't want another opportunity just to show off this stupid map, which.
Watch the pen.
Oh, Brenda Hallberg, Hallberg. There are 425 white push pins on this,
Representing?
homes and
That's for the
a few
minutes. That's for the
businesses.
minutes in the.
Oh, yes. Okay, 425 white push pins. There would be more going out further, all of these places, but I ran out of time and push pins and thought this made my point. But let me do my math here. A third of these are all going to be crammed onto this property. So all of these white pins are gonna be shoved onto this along with a 3,000-foot paved runway. It's ridiculous. It doesn't fit on this property and it doesn't fit in the community.
You're talking about density?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Yes, sir.
Can I have your name again, sir?
My name is Charles Hayes. The density, I think, is a concern of mine. It's going to increase the area by roughly 30%. Hell, it just scares me. Just wanted that to go on record. And may I say something else that may get me put in jail since we're so close? Because the presentation earlier covered both the residential area and the runway, I would say about half the time was the residential area. We had some people that wanted to speak leave because they didn't have time, and you limited me to 5 minutes. I had more to say. I think if they had broken it up like we were supposed to, maybe I could have finished. Maybe the others could have stayed and spoke. Just wanted to go on record.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? All right, Mr. Wilcox and your team, you want to answer some of these?
Of course.
Okay.
We'll start with the discussion of putting an alternative subdivision in this area. No runway, no flying, and saying it would still bring great revenue to the community. I disagree. I've run the numbers, and as Bill mentioned, private air parks command a 30% premium on other subdivisions. And that's because pilots who have their own airplane and really want this amenity are willing to pay a premium for it. If we don't put in a runway, then we won't be able to fund the private roads or the private sewer. That means now we've got to rely on county roads. We've got to go to 5-acre lots because it doesn't perk for the lagoons. And that means it's not economically feasible, and the home values would not be sufficient to make a big enough difference. So basically we need the runway to raise the per lot price to fund this. There are, and Ed, you may want to chime in in case I misread this, there is a lot of demand locally and lots of air parks north of Dallas. Was there anything else you wanted to say on that?
No, just that it doesn't necessarily have to be a tourist destination.
Right, right. Yeah, I'm aware of multiple air parks around the country that are in about the same position as this one would be. Slightly outside the metro area, but not in a tourist place.
On the issue of spot zoning, property is going to be zoned R1. There's a lot of R1 in the area, so it's not a spot zoning. It fits in with the area, and we're not even at the bottom limit of the R1.
Right. What is it, 12,500 square feet, I think, quarter acre?
It's third acre is the minimum
Okay.
size.
And like we've discussed, all of ours are at least a half an acre. I've lived in subdivisions in Phoenix, and believe me, this is not high density. Not even close. There was a question as to how are we going to help take care of the roads. We gave that briefing pretty thoroughly about the neighborhood improvement district. I think we covered that already. Covenants and architectural standards, rules, HOA, et cetera, As I understand it, the final covenants need to be presented during the final plat application. So what we presented this time for that portion was a draft, and so I think we're covered there, and obviously we'll firm those up before our final plat application. The power question, when we tell Evergy we're gonna put in 93 new homes, I guarantee we'll upgrade the electricity in the area, so I'm not concerned about that at all. And once again, we're not popping up 93 homes. We're not popping up 93 homes instantly. It'll take a couple of years to probably break ground on the first one. And in the meantime, we'll have infrastructure and other upgrades in the area going. All right, I think that's it. Did you have anything else? Okay. Thank you for your time.
Hold on just a second.
Yes, sir.
Does the board have questions of the
Yes.
applicant?
As far as speaking of the density, I mean, the 43 lots, that'll be half acre, is that right?
Correct.
I think those are squeezed in there probably a little tighter than what maybe we would like. The 1.4 to the 2.226, 50 of those lots, I think is maybe a little bit more conducive for what I would like to see there. Any particular reason why? You know, we have 43 to half acre lots just to maximize the space, or?
Well, it's more what the market has demanded.
So those would be more of the hanger lofts, I think?
Yes, all the small ones are residential hanger lots, which means
Can
it's.
you really call them residential, though? I mean, because are those people actually gonna be living there full-time? Are they gonna be weekend people coming in, or?
Well,
I mean, I know you can't speculate exactly, but.
I can't say when you buy a home, it's your home, whether you
Right.
stay in it all the time
No,
or not.
I'm just looking at it from the point of view, you know, traffic's been brought up, and amount of people coming in and out. I mean, with that many of those lots,
I will say that the demographic I think will have buying these lots are financially successful and mobile, and so I would expect them quite often to be out of town, you know, snowbirds in Phoenix, perhaps, Florida, trip to Europe. So I'm not saying we're gonna have 93 people in their house all the time.
Sure.
But I don't think that's a factor for this decision, but because it's only one unit that can be built on that lot, and it has to comply with our architectural codes as well as Cass County building codes, setback, height, you know, just everything else about it, they're not gonna be huge, like that one picture you saw that might be on these larger lots. They'll, by necessity, be quite a bit smaller.
yeah, they'll have to be.
And again, coming from Phoenix, a half acre is, you're living in the country. It's a big difference.
Phoenix is a long way.
I recognize we're not in Phoenix. Thank goodness. Got enough of it.
I've got one clarification. In your covenants, all residences shall have at least a two-car garage. I assume a hangar would qualify for that?
No, I think we'll probably require the hangar to be separate from that.
Oh, okay.
Again, those parts of the covenants are still in draft.
Yeah.
And we need to have an attorney, you know, scrub those and make sure we're doing it right. So that'll all be done by the final plat application. What we're trying to avoid is some pilots, and in fact Valerie and I discussed this a couple of years ago, we were considering just hangars. And we got rid of that idea pretty quickly, but a lot of our pilots would be perfectly happy with a tiny home and a big hangar, and that's it. And we don't want that. That doesn't fit our image of what we want this to be, and it certainly doesn't fit in with the neighborhood. It wouldn't help property values or anything, so that's why we have rules about square footage and how big the garage has to be.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Valerie, any other comments or questions for us?
There was a statement made that there are a lot of R1 zone properties in that area. That's not necessarily accurate when it's compared to the county zoning. County zoning for R1 starts at 0.29 acres up to 1 acre
Anything else? Does the board have any questions of Valerie or the applicant? All right, the chair would accept a motion at this time. Let's do something, guys.
I'll make the motion to approve application 3143 as submitted by the planning board report.
Okay, Clay has made the motion that we accept application 3143 as submitted. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Obi with a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. You'll notify everybody when this is going to be presented to the commissioners. Okay? All right, do you have anything else for the board? All right, the chair would accept a motion to adjourn at this time.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.